It's 9:03 on May 12th. We have a quorum. Ms. Burgess is expected soon, but we have a quorum now. So I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. The meeting was posted timely, I'm asking.
Oh, yes, yes.
Very good.
Yes, it was.
Okay, please stand for the pledges of allegiance and for the invocation. And giving our pledge today, here it is. And I just met this gentleman. I'm going to sit down so you can hear me in the mic. John Riddlehoover, it's not as hard as it looks, is from Central Bible Church, and he's going to give us the invocation. He's the lead community pastor of that church, and I thank you for being here today. We'll do the pledges first. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Mr. Riddlehoover, please.
Good morning. Thank you guys for letting me be here. One of the things I saw on your website was your top core operating value is integrity. And so I just want to tell you that I'm thankful for that. You guys stand upon the truth, and I appreciate that. So let's pray together. Father, we're so thankful for you. We're thankful that you are with us at all times. You never leave us or forsake us. Thank you for these men and these women that are in leadership in Tarrant County. Lord, I pray blessings upon them, each of them. Thank you that they stand upon integrity. They seek to stand upon what is true. Lord, I pray for wisdom and discernment for these ladies and gentlemen that would lead us. And Lord, help them to make wise decisions and to be discerning of the direction that you would like them to go. Lord, bless this time together. Bless this meeting together. Bless the work that is to be done in it. May they do it all to honor you. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. We're going to now recognize we've got a lot of visitors here, and I want to welcome everybody. We'll hear public comments. And Ms. Waddell, if we've got one more. Okay. I have five in total. Okay. All right. We'll begin our public comment portion. I'm going to just remind everybody decorum is required. You can yell and scream, but you can't point and make physical gestures that way at the same time you're yelling. I just won't, I won't tolerate that. So,
yeah.
Yes.
Can I give a quick warning to the
Yes.
board as well?
Yes.
Especially since we have a new member. I do want to remind everybody that under the Open Meetings Act, you are not allowed to respond to the comments that are being made in open comment as badly as you may want to. If there's an item that needs to be addressed, we need to go ahead and address it on the agenda when we get there, which would be the appropriate time to do it. It's the public's time to comment. And then the other thing that I also want to state, just to make sure that the members of the public understand it, as well as the board, is that under the separation of powers principles on the governance of the Appraisal District Board of Directors, that values themselves are not anything that this board has any authority over. Values are matters that are dealt with by the chief appraiser and his staff, and ultimately the ARB. But the law is very clear that this board is not to interfere in values of themselves. So just wanted to say those things.
Thank you. And you mentioned our new board member. We all want to welcome a brand new board member. It's Vince Puente. Our seating today, he's sitting in the chair the previous chairman was in. We don't have a chairman right now. I'm the presiding officer as the secretary, and next meeting we're gonna have some votes and elect a chairman and a secretary then, and the chairman at that time will decide where everybody sits. So that's where we are. Our first speaker today is George Dotson. Mr. Dotson.
Good morning. I come before you today to request several items concerning the performance of TAD and the Chief Appraiser. I can't believe that an organization as dependent on good information technology operation as TAD would perform as poorly as it has. TAD knew that they had website issues as far back as November 2022. Why did they wait until April 15th, 2023 to release a new website? Apparently was not stress tested, and from what I hear, there's still significant missing data issues. It's also clear to me that a user of the website, as a user of the website, that the usability testing wasn't done either. I entered my home address with street and designation like the street drive, and the website returned 0 information. Why doesn't it check for the entire name? Not only that, but several days after April 15th, the website would not either respond or would take minutes to respond, extremely slow response. The Chief Appraiser had to know that the website performance was inadequate before it was implemented. Why did he allow the website to be put in production without a stress test? You may not be aware, but there are companies that have tools, provide testing to make sure programs and websites can perform at very high access rates prior to be putting into production. I myself helped develop such a tool many years ago, so it's not new technology. These tools are well known and should be used for major applications. The board and citizens need improved transparency on the appraisal process. It's apparent to me and many people I talk to about my experience with TAD, the Chief Appraiser wants to keep the appraisal process secret. The first effort to improve transparency should be to finally conduct an audit review of the software, the website, and applications that are used for the appraisal process. The board approved an audit nearly 3 years ago, but nothing has been done to complete the audit. Why wouldn't the board act now finally to investigate the internal workings of the appraisal operations, the processes, and the IT components in use at TADS now? I don't believe the current release of the 2023 appraisals has come anywhere near reasonable performance. If the board accepts this ridiculous performance of the website and likely the interface to the appraisal software, then the board has failed again to meet the needs of the citizens of Tarrant County. I want to know how much longer the board is going to allow the failure of TAD to continue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. Daniel Bennett.
Good morning, Daniel Bennett, White Settlement.
Pardon me a second. Is that microphone on? Is his audio coming through? Yeah, thank you.
I'll speak louder. I'm deaf in one ear, and I sometimes speak at a very low tone. Daniel Bennett, Mr. Dodson, just remember these words, non-negotiable. Just remember to write that down, non-negotiable. Okay, he talked about transparency. I can remember when the Tidwell Weaver audit was approved by the board for $195,000. And one thing within the TEVR, the audit itself, for the implementation audit of the software, was that access to employees were not as generous as it should have been. And but Mr. Law stated to the board, Mr. Pothoff, and you go back and look at the minutes, whether annotated or not, that he didn't know what Tidwell Weaver was talking about. Everybody was accessible. I remember Troy Hansen, who was over the project, being put in residential at that time under Mr. Armstrong. But they were all accessible. All right, I digress. Let's move forward. The reason I'm speaking today is about your board policy. Mr. Diot, I know you're the presiding officer, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Puente, Vince, as a new member. I would hope that the next meeting in June that you will put the policy handbook back on the agenda to get another committee to enhance the handbook in referencing recall procedures and policies, and the policies for this upcoming election. I have an open records request that specifically states there are no policy or procedures in place to guide the chief appraiser in the upcoming election to replace or to reaffirm your appointments. And that's been one of my sticking points. I can present that letter to you, but it's old information, it's old news. So I'd like that to be in the policy handbook. I'd like you to change, not two people have to commiserate and request something be placed on the agenda. I believe this is a five-headed monster of equal power. If Mr. Papa wants something on there, Mr. Papa should have something on there. You shouldn't require Mr. Jordan to say, yeah, Tony, let's do that. Any one board member can pull something off consent. Any one board member can put something on the agenda. So I'd like to see that change in your policy handbook. Now, as far as selection for chair, I presented this. Ms. Wildman did not like it. I'm presenting it again. Mr. Jordan, you've not heard this. I believe you should rotate the chair on this board. Mr. Pothouse was chair forever. It took me forever to defeat him, to get him off this board. And then we had to have term limits. I think the most senior person on this board should have first right of refusal. And I want this in the policy handbook. And then it should go to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and then rotate back up. And you don't have to be chair. You can say, oh, I don't want to be chair. Well, it falls to the next person in seniority. That way, we don't have what Wildman was doing, what Michael O'Donnell attempted to do, and what Joe Pothoff did since 1992 as a member. I don't know when he became chair. So I like to see the policy, elasticity in the policy, because you represent different taxing entities. Let each entity have a shot at the chair that Vince is sitting in today. So I like to see that in the handbook. I like to see the reduction of number of people having to say, put this on the agenda. And I like to see a committee back together to address the recall, the procedures of invalidate, somebody who quits, a vacancy. I want that all delineated. I don't want having to have the DA threaten Mr. Law with possible action if he didn't clean up his act. I mean, that was embarrassing. And to have Charlie Garrett have to put a bill on the floor? I agree with local government control, as does Roy Charles Brooks, but I think for different reasons. I think we're smart enough. We don't need anybody else to tell us how to do our business. But that's not been the case since I've been involved in 2016. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I'm having trouble reading the next name. Is it John Pell? Is that correct? Pete?
Pete, P-E-T.
I don't know. Probably. I can read the other names, and I don't think you're either of them, so it's probably you.
No, that's it. That's me.
Okay, very good.
Good morning.
So can you, before you start, can you spell your last name?
Yes, sir. Pete Papa Echo Echo Tango Marines.
Could you just use letters?
I know. This is the second time I think I've been up here. First time I came down here on 28th of June to let y'all know that there was going to be a lot of people, and I filled out an exemption for disabled, and I also put in for what I currently had at the time was 50% VA disability. I'm 100% Social Security disabled, and it wasn't done. Y'all lost the paperwork. I had it done again this morning. Okay, so you take down my address, 644 Fox Run Trail, Saginaw, Texas. On the 28th of June, I came down here to get these exemptions done. The rest of the appraisal process, Mr. Crouch is doing a fine job at it, but you fell short on this one. Bad. So you got personnel problems, besides software issues, management issues. And you don't get that corrected, you're going to have a lot of angry people, and no taxation without representation. Y'all are elected by our elected officials. And I agree with rotating chairs and rotating positions, because absolute power corrupts absolutely.
John.
I think I said enough, but I want to see it this year because going back to 2020, that saves me money.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pete, and thank you for your service. Chandler Crouch?
Good morning, Board of Directors and everybody here. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Mr. Puente, welcome to the board. Congratulations on the appointment. I want to just mention I don't know who all listens to these meetings. I know oftentimes I leave here and then find out more people are listening than I think. And so for anybody who may be listening, I just want to thank everybody for the outpouring of support and gratitude. It's just amazing. It's overwhelming. And I was actually trying to get a taco truck here today. I was going to give everybody free tacos, but this is harder than you think to get a taco truck. So anyway, but you never know if there could be one outside before the meeting's over. We'll see. We got a lot of protests this year. This year's unique in that I think that more than ever, the properties are overvalued this year uniquely, just because of the dynamics of how the property tax code is set up and how our real estate market started at the beginning of last year at a pretty low point, and it skyrocketed, went up about 13% or so, and then it dropped about 10%. And so the appraisal district looks back at the last 12 months from January to January. They look back at the last 12 months for comps to try and justify the value, because they only revalue the property once a year. It's just what the tax code does. This isn't unique to the appraisal to Tarrant. This is every appraisal district. And so what ends up happening is when January 1st, 2023 comes around, that's the date in question. What was the value of the property on January 1st? Well, the appraisal district has to look back at the last 12 months to see what kind of sales have occurred, and that includes properties that were selling at a level 10% higher than the target date. And it hasn't been, we've had normal problems up to this point where properties are overvalued statistically about half, just because of the way the bell curve kind of works out. But the system works a lot better when the market is going in one direction and it's a fairly consistent line. When it peaks and then falls, then you have this situation where a lot of the comps are much higher. And so a lot of properties are overvalued. I'm seeing a tremendous amount more activity, more signups on my website. And so I just want to mention that the importance of what's going on here in our broken property tax system in general is more apparent this year than any other year. And it's a pretty tragic thing, because there's so many people out there that still don't protest. I think we had about 200,000 protests last year, about 600,000 properties, or
No, closer to
800,000 properties. Okay, so if you just gives you an idea, there's so many people I come across that just say, it is what it is. It's the blue value notice. So if anybody else, again, that's listening, you should protest. This is the year where you need to make sure that your value is in line and people are getting taxed like crazy. Let's see, I've been going around some other appraisal districts and other counties just trying to help folks. And one thing that I noticed I thought was pretty cool, I just thought I'd bring to you guys, it's something fairly simple we could do, is just make an email address available for the board of directors. And it would be generic, so it's not any one of your personal inboxes, something that's just bod@tad.org or something like that, posted on the website. If somebody wants to get in touch with the board, it'd be a way for you guys to get to hear from the public other than this 2 minutes during the middle of a work day. It's just a thought. I'm going to come back in my 1 minute remaining here and just mention one other thing that I think is well within the ability for the appraisal district to do. I think that a lot of decisions here get made according to a risk assessment kind of paradigm. What's the risk involved in doing X, Y, or Z? And I get it, but I think that there are risks that are not taken into account. Like the risk of how it might impact the general public. That's a bigger risk than the risk of a potential lawsuit because of one action or something like that. The Exhibit A, number one case would be the terminology of appraised value. It's just crazy. Let's take a risk, strike that out on the website, put homestead cap value and asterisk that term, and at the bottom put in the tax code, this is referred to as appraised value instead of flip-flop. You're gonna, as protests continue to happen, 90% of the questions you're gonna get are people coming through that door mad because we dropped the wrong value, or they're getting taxed out of their own, they increased it another 10% or whatever. It's due to confusion regarding that. And there's some things you guys are in control of and some that aren't. I feel like that's a risk worth taking, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crouch. Tom Bomir.
Morning, Board. My name is Tom Bomir. I live at 921 South Riverside Drive in Grapevine, Texas. I've been a resident there for approximately 5 years. And it seems like every year I come in and have a conversation with you guys about appraised values. That's not what I'm here to talk about today.
Pardon me.
Oh. I'm here to talk about your website. I'm an IT person. So when I say something's a travesty, that's an understatement. In the past, I could go to your website, I could download my neighborhood data, I could build a report showing year-over-year changes for all my neighbors' homes and homes similar to mine, and that allowed me to come in and have a productive and thoughtful conversation with either a person behind the counter or the review panel. This year, the new site, first of all, I didn't know it was new. You can't get that data. It's not accessible. You can't download, hey, what's my neighborhood look like? Where you can ensure that you're paying the same value or paying taxes on the same valuation as a neighbor with the exact same house a street away, or a neighbor with a similar size house, maybe a different layout, but similar size. What I've noticed from the data, and I've shared this with some of the back office people, is that the smaller homes are being punished by paying based on a value of $200 a square foot. Larger homes are being charged at $160, $170. So we have people in my neighborhood with smaller homes paying the same taxes as people with larger homes. When I say larger, we're talking about 1,800 versus 2,600 square foot. They're not big homes, right? So I sent an email to Tad and said, hey, I'd like to get this data. I got a phone call from a nice person in IS. They said, hey, we'll put in a request for you. It'll probably take a few days, maybe a week. A week later, I wrote back to that person and said, hey, I'm looking for the CSV file. I get an email from someone else saying, oh, you have to fill out a POI, or basically an open records request to get your data. Okay, so I go to the site, I fill it out. You have to download a form, fill it out manually, scan it, send it back by email. And a couple days later, I get a phone call. Okay, well, that's gonna be a $35 to $50 charge. I'm like, seriously? For the exact same data I pulled off your old site, you now wanna charge me? The bottom line is, without this data, I can't have a productive and thoughtful conversation with anybody from TAD about my value or the value of my neighbors, right? I'm not an assessor. I'm just an IT guy. I'm a good neighbor. I'm like, hey, you guys know that our taxes went up, and let's make sure we're all paying our fair share and nothing more. So I'm still waiting for the data. Meanwhile, I get a letter back saying, hey, we've agreed to reduce your market value. Okay, so I get a phone call from another person in TAD. They go, well, I said, that's nice, but it doesn't solve the problem. I'm not charged taxation on market value. I'm charged on appraised value. So I've already submitted my request, and rather than adjust both, you just adjust the market value, which doesn't change anything in the conversation. So when my belief is your website probably lacked what they call proper business analysis or requirements. It lacked probably functionality testing. There's a lot of things it lacked, right? And so now it's crippled. It cannot do the same job it did in the past years. And it makes it almost like coming in here with one arm tied behind your back to have a conversation with Tad about your appraised values based on, as he said, comps that are overinflated, haven't been adjusted for the bell curve, haven't been adjusted for the market adjustments. And I thank you for your input.
Thank you, Mr. Beamer. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. It seems like we have no one else to speak, so we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, is item 6, action items. First, considering the consent agenda items. I won't read all of the dates, but we have 4 Board of Directors meeting minutes that need approval. I don't know if y'all need time. Mr. Jordan has moved approval. Seconded by J.R. Thomas, J.R. Martinez. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. And we've been joined by Wendy Burgess. So we've got a motion and a second to approve the minutes. We'll go ahead and take a vote on it. It's on consent, but all in favor?
We're voting for the consent agenda or to approve the minutes?
Approve the minutes.
On that and this, it's both on the.
Yeah, it was, but I got ahead of myself asking for, we got a motion and I went with it, so. And then I realized we're going to do only one more item, so why don't we just flow with it? So those will be approved as a consent item. Also, action regarding staff recommendation for renewal of end-user license agreements for Marshall and Swift rate tables and Moore's Precision rate tables. If I'm not mistaken, this is an item every year, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. This is the cost information that we purchase, and it's loaded into our software systems, and we buy it through our software provider.
Okay. We got a motion earlier. Jungus, would you like to move approval of this whole consent?
I believe there's actually the motion that was made previously is still pending, so I think as a matter of parliament, we need to have that motion withdrawn, and then if somebody wants to make a motion. I think
Correct.
Withdrawn, okay.
Before we proceed, I'd like to remove item 682 and just have a small, quick presentation on that, since the rate tables impact property values more than any of us can impact property values out here. Probably be a good presentation from staff, if the staff is able to give us a little bit of information on that. That'd be I guess I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, but to remove 682 from that consent agenda and have a separate presentation for that.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion is made by Mr. Pompa, seconded by Mr. Puente. All in favor?
Aye.
It passes unanimously. And now we'll move on to the second item on the consent agenda that has been removed from the consent agenda. And I'll ask for staff to discuss this. Mr. Law?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. This is what's called an end-user license agreement, or EULA, we sometimes refer to it as. Marshall and Swift is a company that provides cost information on our commercial properties. They're a nationally known, nationally recognized organization that does research all over the United States regarding what replacement costs new, basically, in the appraisal process. More Precision Rate Tables is also a nationally recognized company that does work on residential cost tables, and they provide appraisal districts with residential cost information. We purchase this information and we load it straight into our Aumentum software, so that whenever our appraisers are doing their appraisal work, they will classify a house, they'll determine its quality, its condition, and things of that nature, the square footage, and then the system marries up through modeling, computer modeling, appraisal modeling, I should say, not computer modeling, a price per square foot or cost basis that we start that process with. Now, the law in Texas says that our cost tables are supposed to be within 10% of the national market. So that's one of the reasons why we buy a national
product in order to have a basis for our cost information. Obviously, there are things and factors that might affect that cost. We have to apply sometimes location factors. These companies, they do a nationwide cost analysis, and so, you know, what's things cost in San Francisco versus New York versus Dallas, Fort Worth, that may be all different. So we have a cost adjustment too that we apply in there. But essentially, we have bought this every year. Even before we had the Aumentum system, we were buying the Marshall and Swift tables. They do both residential and commercial, but Marshall and Swift residential is much more expensive. These are charged out on a per parcel basis. So they come to us and say, how many parcels do you have? How many residential parcels? How many commercial parcels? And their pricing is based upon the number of parcels that their cost information may be applied to. So with that, I'll answer any other questions you might have.
So I guess was not aware that the state of Texas requires that we are within 10% of national average prices.
Well, let me refer, it's not necessarily that we're within 10% of national average, but we have to be within 10%. Our cost data has to be within 10% of a nationally recognized service provider.
But all
Again,
these
it's
service
locally-
providers use a national average,
Yeah,
not
they-
a specific, like, hey, this is the average for Tarrant County, or this is the
No,
average
they
for
will,
Texas.
they'll basically collect all this information about cost, and then they'll have local modifiers, you know, for San Francisco, New York, Texas, and things of that nature. And they even narrow it down even inside Texas, to North Texas, South Texas, things like that.
Okay,
Jeff,
so
did
we
you
can
have
pinpoint
anything?
pretty closely what
Yes.
the true market value is for those.
On a cost basis. Of course, we have the cost approach, the market approach, and the income approaches
Correct.
that we utilize in appraising properties.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have anything else, Jeff, you wanted to add?
No, I was just gonna say that they already do the modifier for location with the data.
Before we loaded it into our systems.
It comes that way.
Okay.
I do have a question. I'm not a CPA, but I like numbers, and I like saving money. So I got a couple of questions. One, what is this price we're approving as compared to last year? Also go ahead and say, what is the amount we had budgeted for this expense? Does it match up or not? And I'll go ahead and ask the third question, is there any discount in trying to negotiate a multi-year contract, or maybe there's a rule we can't do that?
Okay, as far as, I'll get Jeff to also help me with answering this question, but as far as the more precision data rate tables, their price went from 10 cents a parcel to 11 cents a parcel. They went up,
So 1%.
well, 1 penny.
10%.
Well, 1 penny of
Yeah,
10 cents versus
I guess,
11.
that would be right, 1%. Now, that's applied to 500 and almost 600,000 parcels, okay? Now, the Marshall and Swift, their rate was 35 cents a parcel, and they've gone to 39 cents a parcel, so there's about a 4 cent per parcel increase.
So over 10%.
Yeah. And remind me your second question.
Further answer your question as far as discount, could we get a discount if we did
Multi-year.
multi-year contract? I don't believe we could. Our option is really to purchase this directly ourselves from Moore's and from Marshall and Swift. And there were a couple of others, but those really are the two remaining nationwide cost services. But we buy this through Anatron, division of Aumentum, and we get about a 20% discount for going through them because they get a volume discount because they're buying it for
Many counties.
people they serve all across the country. So that worked out to be our best price to go with them, to basically get the discount through a reseller than to try to go out there in the market and try to bid that out. Because we go through them, the multi-year, that's really kind of out of our control, I think, if that makes sense.
And was there a line item, budget item for this, or
Yes.
is it part of, okay. And how do we compare to that?
We were, in 2023, we were under the amount we had projected for that. We put an amount in for 2024 in the budget that we'll talk about later, and it, from what I can tell right now, not knowing exactly what will happen next year, I think we'll be pretty.
And when does this contract take effect?
Actually,
This is-
this contract took
yeah.
effect January 1st.
This is now.
So we're just now
They were very late in getting us the final cost on this, so.
Okay,
We would
This will
have,
go through the end of 2023.
okay.
yeah, we would have normally brought this to you earlier in the year. We just didn't get the cost information until this board meeting time.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
I just want to check my arithmetic here. 1 penny on 10 cents is a 10% increase. Correct. 4 pennies on 10 cents is a 40% increase. So we're understating the increase.
Well, but the 4 pennies was on a different rate, though, right? What was the rate?
Well,
35 cents.
Let's,
It was 4
if-
pennies on 30, so that's about
Okay,
9%
sorry for
versus
that.
10%, yeah.
My mistake. But the 1 penny is 10% of.
Correct, yep.
I told you I wasn't a numbers guy.
Very
Yeah,
good.
the only other thing is our cost will vary from year to year because it's not only the rate per parcel, it's also the number of parcels. And so when we add additional parcels each year, which I think on the residential side, we may have added about 9,500 parcels from last year. So that's also a part of the increase in what we pay.
Yeah, and just so you'll know too, we may have a 10-acre tract or a 50-acre tract that's one account, and then it gets subdivided, a subdivision go there, and now there's 150 new lots in there. So that's how our parcel count continues to creep up, is as properties are developed.
Just for, you mentioned earlier that we have nearly 800,000 residential and commercial accounts. Can you break that down?
Yes, if you don't mind me doing it on the cuff, off the
That's
fly.
fine.
We have
I
about
love putting you on the spot.
Yeah, we have about 650,000 or so residential properties, which will include our single-family homes. When I say multifamily, I'm talking about duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes. Anything bigger than that, it becomes an apartment and gets done into commercial. So, single-family, small multifamily, our agricultural land, our large vacant tracts of land, that's about 650,000 of those. On the commercial side, we wind up having about 55 to 56,000 parcels, but of those, about 10,000 of them are non-taxable, like this building. City halls, schools, things of that nature, charitable organizations. So we wind up with about 45,000 plus or minus taxable commercial accounts. On business personal property, we wind up with around 55,000 business personal property accounts. And then we have 1.1 million mineral accounts. So the total number of accounts that we have in Tarrant County is a little over 1.8 million parcels. But when I say 800-ish in that range, we are really talking about real and personal property, which may include our tax-exempt properties as well.
Correct. And the minerals are not handled by your staff here.
That's correct. We
contracted out.
contract them out with a company that specializes in doing mineral appraisals.
Okay, any more discussion?
If nothing else, I'll move to approve the recommendation from staff for the EULA agreements.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Pompa and seconded by Mr. Puente. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Consider accepting the Tarrant Appraisal District Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2022. Looks like somebody's approaching the microphone, and you're with the consultant, I guess.
That's right.
Welcome.
The auditors.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you for just a couple of minutes about the 2022 financial statement audit for TAD. So, my name's Kent Willis. I'm the audit manager at Patillo Brandon Hill, just down the road in Waco. Oh, hey. And we've worked with TAD for a few years now, so a few of you may recognize me, but it's good to be back to chat with you for a couple of minutes. So, in front of you, you should have a couple of documents. You've got the spiral-bound ACFR, which we call the ACFR. It's a great acronym. We're going to spend our time on that, and a little less time, if really no time, on the letter that's attached. This is kind of standard disclosures. I don't typically get into this during a presentation. So if you want to follow along, I'll point out a couple of pieces of this document. I'll point out page numbers. I do intend to keep it high level. You'll have some more business to attend to, and I guess spoiler alert, I have good news to present to you today. But If you've got a question, you got an area of interest you want to drill down into, I am more than happy to stop. We can get into the debits and credits if you want to go that low. Just stop me at any point. All right, so before I get started, I do want to stop and say thanks to TAD's administration group. They're the ones who deal with our questions and requests mostly, especially Teresa. The list of requests that we have for an audit is not short. There's a lot of information that we need. And so Teresa really bears the brunt of those questions. There's questions, requests for documents, invoices, anything we want to look at, essentially, to make sure that this information is accurate. Teresa is the one that grabs that. So she does a fantastic job. We really appreciate her. And really, everyone we worked with at TAD this year and every year we've done the audit have been transparent, honest, and forthcoming. And as an auditor, that makes me feel really good, right? I'm coming in here as an independent party. I'm by our standards, supposed to be skeptical. So I come in here and I'm skeptical, and I want to make sure that this information is accurate, and have had no concerns about that with the staff that we've worked with the last few years. So makes us feel good, makes it so that when we get to this point, you've got an accurate set of financials in front of you and a good, clean opinion as well. So really appreciate everybody we've worked with. If my mic just died.
Yeah, I think it just died.
Yeah, they'll be there in a second. My mic still works,
I think the
so I'll do a little stand-up while they try to get that fixed.
Well, it looks like
It's working, it's working.
it's working now. Might have just lost connectivity for a second.
I think we maybe we're changing a battery or something. While we're doing that, I'll thank Ms. Stewart for your work. I know what that interface is like sometimes, and I appreciate your work working with them to get it out.
Thanks. All right, back in action. We're going to go to page 1, if you want to start there. Seems like a good place to start. So follow along. Page 1 is the independent auditor's report, or the opinion letter. It's kind of written in legalese, not exactly a fun read, but I'm going to hit the high points because it is a good summary of how an audit went. So we've done the audit, or completed the audit for the fiscal year ended 12/31/2022. As a part of that audit, really both parties, the auditor and the auditee, both make agreements, right? So you've agreed to provide the information that we need, whatever that might be, to conclude about the audit. And you've also agreed to designate someone who takes responsibility for the financials. That's your finance group. And the reason I point that out is we do assist in drafting the financials. That's totally normal for local governments in Texas. That's not an outlier. But ultimately, TAD does accept responsibility for the numbers that you see in this document. Now, our job, or the part of the agreement that we do, is a couple of things. We comply with auditing standards, we comply with government auditing standards, and then we agree to come stand in front of you at the conclusion of the audit and report findings if we had any, deficiencies, recommendations, and then, of course, the opinion on the financials. So Mr. Diot sounds like he's familiar with an audit. I'm not sure how familiar the rest of you are, but the intention from us is to come in as a skeptical party who knows local government. That's what we do. And basically, if you kind of thumb through this document, every number you see, almost every number, we have spent some amount of time on as an audit team, whether that's performing analytical procedures, confirming with third parties. For example, deposits and temporary investments of $16.4 million. Well, how do I know that you really have $16.4 million in the bank as an auditor? Teresa might tell me that, but I trust Teresa, but I'm skeptical. How do I know that? So for that particular balance, we come in and we actually ask your bank, tell me as of 12/31, how much cash and investments did you have at that time? And so every number you see, our job is to come in and do pretty intense analytical or other types of procedures to make sure that when we get here today, the financial statements you have in front of you are accurate. That's the whole goal. And now, when I say accurate, I'm not saying perfect. No auditor would stand here and say these were perfect down to the penny. We'd be here all year round trying to do that. That's not how audit standards are designed. They're designed for us to come here and say, are these financials materially correct? So that phrase you've probably heard before, materially correct. And what that means is that if there are any errors in this document, that they are so small that they don't affect the decision-making of the board, you guys, taxpayers, anybody using this document who's reasonable, The intention is that if there aren't any deficiencies or errors in here, they're so small they don't affect your decision-making ability. So it's a very high level of assurance, materially correct, but definitely not perfect. That's not the intention of auditing standards. So, all that behind us there, the description of the audit, we were able to issue, you'll see in the very top there, top paragraph, what's called an unmodified opinion on the financials, which is the new term for a clean opinion, and it's the highest level of assurance we can give on a government's financial statements. So, congrats on a clean opinion. That's literally as good as it gets in that arena. So those are the audit results. Before I turn my attention to a couple other pieces, any questions on that or anything I can describe better? We good? Okay. All right. So we're going to jump out of a kind of auditing and back into some financial highlights. I wanted to take a look at fund balance in the general fund. That's always a good question for local governments.
What page?
Page 12. So page 12, we're looking at the balance sheet right now. We are going to turn the page to the income statement, but I wanted to hone in on the balance sheet because it does talk about unassigned fund balance as of 12/31. That's the figure we all are curious about because that's the portion of leftover fund balance at year end that isn't designated, assigned, or committed for something else, for a purpose. This is just leftover fund balance. And so we are at, or TAD is at about $9 million as of year end. You see that low on the page. So $9 million of unassigned fund balance at 12/31. So let's turn the page. Take a look at page 14. We're going to do some math here again, so hopefully I can get my math correct. What we're doing here is, well, the question is, how much unassigned fund balance should we have? We get that question a lot. The recommendation, I think bare minimum recommendation is about 2 to 3 months. Now that differs for what type of entity you are and various things, but bare minimum 2 to 3 months. What that means is how many months could TAD survive as of 12/31, assuming all of a sudden you had no revenue? How long could we last on fund balance alone? That's the kind of thought process we're doing here. In this case, with $9 million unassigned, you're about 4.25 months is the ratio for TAD as of 12/31. So well over the bare minimum, but not in an excessive capacity either. So I think you guys are in a healthy financial position as of 12/31/2022. So any questions on that topic or something I can expand on before I head back?
Hey,
It was already up.
Your light is on.
my light is on. I'm
There's
lit.
there's a
All
light
right.
right here.
The only thing I was able to look at prior to the meeting was the summary, and so this happens to be the area we're looking at. And again, my questions may be because of naivety or not being familiar with it. So on these summary notes,
Can I ask what page you're on, or?
well, this is provided to us
Oh, in your notes.
prior to
Got
the
it.
meeting,
Okay.
but it relates to the pages that we're on currently. Okay, so you've already answered one of my question. So in this note, and again, you probably didn't do the note, it states of the 11 million something fund balance, 9 million is unassigned, constituting 35.5% of the 25,397,976, which is our expenditures.
Yes, sir.
My first question is, why that note? Why would I be concerned that it's 35.5% of expenditures? Because of the 25%?
Great question. From my perspective, and you may speak to the 25% policy, but from my perspective, it kind of relates to what I was just talking about as far as how long could the entity survive on fund balance? It's a ratio, gives you an idea of financial position, really. Does that answer your question, or can I?
May I add a little
Please
to it? The Board of Directors has decided that the appraisal district will hold 25% of its annual budget in fund balance as a kind of a
So you're- okay, so that's
contingency
comparison
reserve.
to
And-
35.
Yeah, and then the difference
Got
between
it.
what that 25% is and that 9 million is unspent revenue, things of that nature. And we actually collect some monies here ourselves. For example, pardon me, We get part of the rendition penalties that people, businesses, if they don't file a rendition statement as required by law, there's a penalty. We get part of that. We also collect interest on CDs and money that's in the bank. We collect money from public information requests, and there's different revenue sources that we get. So part of that excess expenditures over our 2022 budget is in that number, along with some other monies. And we'll be bringing back, and Jeff can give you, I guess, actually some pretty close numbers, but we'll be bringing back in another meeting a possible refund back to the taxing entities of some of that money, and other plans with anything that's different than the 25% contingency reserve and what's actually in that fund balance.
Does, I guess, directly or indirectly, anything that we were to refund to the entities affect taxpayers?
Can, yes.
That's up to the entities?
Yeah, it would be up to the entities. If we refunded, I think right now we're talking about refunding maybe $700,000 back to the entities, and we would give it back to the entities on their pro rata share, and what they do with it, whether it affects the tax rates that they set or something like that, that would be up to the entities.
I mean, it's a whole different discussion, but you're saying 700,000, but we have 2,309,000 in excess over the 25%.
Yes, and that's because of the monies that we've collected over the years. Al, in the past, what the board has had an option to do is something called a homestead review. We've talked in the past about doing a homestead review, getting someone to come in and look at our homesteads. The board back 2020 or 2021, they tabled that item indefinitely, and they've never brought it back. And so we had some money left over in this particular fund that would have paid for that homestead review. So far, the board has not decided to move forward with that, and so Jeff and I actually have been talking about some different ideas about using that money for other means. Cybersecurity might be one of those things that we would use some of those funds for, but we do have a little excess revenue right now that we have. It's been mainly several years in the making because of the idea that we were going to perform this homestead review, and the board made a decision not to.
Just to add a note on that discussion, the taxing entities themselves can do a homestead review on the properties within their entity. Fort Worth has done it in the past. So. And is that reported to you, Jeff, when they do that?
Normally, they kind of do some of that in conjunction with us. A lot of times, it's the auditor's office of the city that will do that review, and then they will coordinate with us and get information from us, and generally, they share it with us, yes. And we've done a lot of efforts ourselves ever since this whole discussion came up with regards to a homestead review. We've taken a lot of steps in Donna Perlick's department to do our own internal homestead review. We've added extra services that help us check to see if there's any fraudulent's a strong word, but homesteads that need to be removed that maybe the taxpayers don't realize it needs to be removed. And we've taken a lot of measures ourselves to make sure that that process is as good as it possibly can be.
Okay. And just for, and this is just real basic information, and Mr. Puente may already know it, but the tax assessor collects the money and pays us a rate, pays the board a rate to, or not the board, but the entity, the appraisal district, a rate for each entity based on pro rata share, and that's where this fund comes from.
Yeah, it's where our revenue comes from. It's from each individual taxing unit. The entities pay that on either a monthly, quarterly, or annual basis. But the $2 million that you are speaking to, part of it is revenue that we have generated sort of on our own, and we have held that money with the idea that we were going to do a homestead review. Now the board has decided not to go forward with that, and so it's something that Jeff and I have been talking about looking into as far as going forward with that. I think he has something he'd like to add.
Yeah, the only other point is that this report is a snapshot in time, really, and so, you know, as the budget increases each year, if it increases each year, that 25% amount would also increase in there too, so that I think I'm relating that properly.
You're right.
And one more thing on that amount. If I remember correctly, part of it we need for cash flow, right? Because the money doesn't always come in at the same time that the money goes out. And so we got to create a little bit of a cash flow buffer because of
And
that.
I'd like to add to that, Tony. Another problem that a lot of appraisal districts, we are totally funded by the taxing entities themselves. And you would think, well, there's an endless supply of funds that would come to the taxing entities. We have actually experienced in this appraisal district, I won't call any names, but we've actually experienced some of the larger appraisal districts not making their payments on a timely basis. And so it's never been a crisis, but at one time, I think there was 2 months that we did not get revenue from one of our larger taxing entities. And to make cash flow and to do these other things, we dip into that reserves for a period of time until the revenue from those taxing entities come in. There was times in the past, it's been a long time ago, but the Texas legislature talked about not funding this and not passing a budget, and school districts get a lot of revenue from the state. And so there are times in which it's possible that a taxing unit could not pay its bills. I know that Dallas County has had that when they had a particular school district over there basically go under. And so that it can be an interruption. I think it's highly unlikely, but it is good business practice to have that reserves on hand. And if you look at the taxing entities in Tarrant County, every single one of them have a fund balance that they set back as reserves for contingencies, just as you're describing.
And just real brief on the idea of doing a, what's the audit that we want to do?
Like a software?
No.
Or a homestead review? Homestead review?
Homestead review. A little bit of just very brief on what that is really going through every taxable entity and reviewing whether they should or should not have a homestead review. The concern is we're probably going to find a lot that shouldn't have that have it. And then you're talking about billing people tens of thousands of dollars for, an audit that, an exception that they didn't have that they shouldn't have had for years, and they do, and now they owe a year, 5 years, 10 years since their mother passed away or father passed away, and left them the property. And so I think it sounds like we're going to do a homestead review to see if we owe you a homestead. That would be done too, but also on the other side, it could be pretty painful to taxpayers to go through something like that because, and we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, as you said, they may just not have been aware that the tax rate that they're paying was based on their parents' death or age or whatever, or not on them as owners. And now they owe the difference going back for as long as that's been around. So that could be a significant charge to taxpayers. And so a lot of discussions, but it means all of it. It means, yes, if we're missing your one filing, we'll fix it, but it could also hurt on the other end.
Thank
I think we had a speaker at the last meeting who, maybe it was a meeting before, I don't remember, but they had a similar issue, and I think they were actually in the office here to address it. And they came here because there was a board meeting. And they ended up getting a notice because they had been carrying an exemption that wasn't theirs for a substantial amount of time, and there was a $10,000 bill that they were responsible to pay in 30 days. So it's important that those are right. I think we used to have a couple of staff people that used to monitor those. Is that not true?
Yeah, we still do. Donna's department does a really good job of doing that, and we're also looking at policies and procedures going forward. The legislature actually has helped some, because in the past, it was, the law was the chief appraiser shall go back 5 years. They've changed that now to go back 3 years. There's still a discrepancy in one particular part of the law we're trying to get fixed, where one part still says 5 and one part says 3, so we're trying to get those married up to where they're both 3. Quite frankly, I wish they'd just make it 1 year or 2 years or no years and just fix it and let's go forward. But it can be very, very onerous on a property owner if there is an erroneously granted exemption. And if the legislature would just simply change the word from shall to may, that would make a big difference too, because I could look at it from a standpoint and saying, oh, if this was an error on the appraisal district, we're not going to be punitive on the taxpayer, but if this was a deliberate attempt by the taxpayer to circumvent and not pay taxes, then you could say, well, you need to pay that back. So there are some changes that could be made to make this better. But right now, the law is more of a shall rather than a may, and it does expect us to go recapture at least 3 years' worth of
Yep.
missed taxes for the taxing entities.
I've heard a lot this year. I've heard a lot about a lot of things this year, but the exemptions has been an issue for a lot of people that have talked to me personally, so. I don't know if we're still on track with the audit.
It's on
Can-
the
Sidebar conversation,
Yeah.
but okay.
I've actually got this kind of a lull in my presentation, really. I would like to stop and see any other questions I can answer, or is there an area I could drill down into further? Mr. Puente, if you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I ran out.
You ran out, okay. Well, if you wake up in a cold sweat tonight, give me a call. Well, I'll be around. No, but
What's your
thanks-
cell number? No.
Thank y'all for your time. I appreciate being able to come and speak for a few minutes. And of course, if y'all want us back any part of the year, we'll be happy to be here.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much for this report. We didn't need to take any.
We
All right,
already
Gina,
voted on it, so we don't have to vote on it.
No, I think we have to vote to.
Oh, okay, I guess I read as it was part of the consent agenda, but, okay. Okay, yeah, you're right, it's separate, okay.
So, can I have a motion to accept or to not accept? Moved by Jungus Jordan.
I'd like to be able to ask a question.
Okay, we'll have discussion. Was seconded by J.R. Martinez. And now we'll have discussion.
So, some basic stuff. How often do we put this audit out to bid?
That's a really good question. In fact, I think they have one more year left on their agreement. Jeff, do you recall off the top of your head? It's about was it a 5-year agreement?
It was a 4 or 5-year agreement.
And I think they have one more year, and then we'll go back out for RFPs and bids on that.
And are y'all, I guess I should ask, are you auditing 100%, or I'm on the Finance Commission of Texas. We have ongoing audits there as well, and so forth.
Sure.
And what they do is they do a rolling audit. We determine all these different areas of audits are necessary. We prioritize them high, medium, and low. Then year one, they do a high, they do a medium, they do a low.
Got it.
Year two, they're hitting a different part, and so they're focusing on different parts, not trying to audit the end. Of course, it's 3 different organizations, so I'm just wondering how that, you're doing 100%?
Great question. Yes, so it's very focused on the finance, right? We don't get into the appraisal stuff, of course. It's on finances, but from the first account on your general ledger to the last, we're looking at it. So every general ledger account that has activity or a balance, we're looking at it.
So like
Yes,
you're
sir.
not looking at the security of our website, that's not audited?
Correct.
By y'all?
Correct. Purely financial, balance sheets, income statements, debits and credits.
Do we have audits by other entities besides finance?
We have, the state comptroller will do a couple of sort of audits where they come in and they'll audit our appraisal level, how accurate our appraisals are. And then that's called the property value study, and we're actually going to have one of those in 2023. And then the comptroller's office does another study called the Methods and Assistance Program, and they audit governance. And they look at how this board of directors is governing, how our policies, our procedures, our methodologies are being governed. They look into, basically, if the law says you're supposed to do this, they'll come in to look, are you doing what the law says you're supposed to do? So we go through a couple of audits. They don't call those audits. I mean, I think the term audit is, it's kind of a scary term sometimes, you know, if you're going to come in and audit something. But it's more of a very, very thorough review on the methods, and we call it the MAPS review. And then the comptroller's office, when they do the property value study, it's more of a statistical analysis of appraisal ratio to sales prices to see how accurate our appraisals are.
I'm sorry for all the questions, folks.
Those alternate years.
Yes, it's a biennial. One year we have the MAPS, 1 year we have the ratio study, and this year, 23 is a ratio study year for us.
So Mr. Puente mentioned he's on the State Finance Commission, and he showed up here with some game today. Appreciate your questions.
Just a quick comment, one of the things, and I appreciate the audit, and one of the things that I've learned is that if the audit is boring, that's a good thing. If it's exciting, that's a bad thing. So I'm glad it's a boring audit, so thanks so much.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for your help. This time, we'll move to discussion items about the Tarrant Appraisal District's computer systems. Forgive me, thank you for that correction. I think we've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. 7A, discussion about Tarrant County, or Tarrant Appraisal District's computer systems to include functionality of the website, ability to accept and process online protests, and the availability of information for property owners and agents.
Would you like for me to start?
I think you should.
I've got some statements that I'd like to add to this. Thank you very much for allowing me. Pardon me. I've mentioned in previous board meetings that the Tarrant Appraisal District's website has transitioned from what I've been calling kind of a static website. It's a website that we've just served up information to. We've put reports out there. We've made a search available, so on and so forth. Non-interactive, I would say it, just static information that we provide out there. But over the last several years, the legislature has required appraisal districts all across Texas to make their websites more interactive. Obviously, the larger appraisal districts have been required to be more interactive than the smaller ones. The first thing that they did, and it was really at the behest of the Harris County Appraisal District, they established an online protest process. And the legislature liked it so much that they required all larger appraisal districts to have an online protest process. And over time, it got to the point where it was like, well, if that went so well, let's make like an online negotiation process where maybe a taxpayer can interact through the website and maybe go ahead and resolve any value-related matters just electronically through that process. And what has happened is the legislature has forced us into becoming more of an e-commerce type website than just a static website. Last year, for security reasons, we began testing our website environment and on our own, and we actually found some vulnerabilities. We found some areas in which we needed to bolster our security. Again, we had transitioned from a static website to more of an e-commerce based website. And so we began the process of around August of last year of starting to work through enhancing our security of the website. We altered the search capabilities of our website. A lot of people reported that our website was down. Our website's never been down. We changed it, yes, because we needed to change some of the database structures in the background so that we could protect information. When I mentioned the e-commerce side, when you go to an online negotiation type process, or if you go to we're going to allow you to apply for a homestead exemption online, you're going to provide us with information that we need to keep confidential. Things like driver's license, pictures of driver's license, pictures of our information regarding maybe email addresses, telephone numbers, things of that nature. And so those were some of the things that we needed to make sure that we held securely as a result of the legislature forcing us into this e-commerce type environment. So we altered our current website. We initially pushed search capabilities over to the Truth and Taxation website that the legislature required us to create, and we began redeveloping our website in order to bring more scalability to the website along with enhanced security that the site needed. Our goal was to have everything deployed by the time notices were mailed around April 14th. And we did get the new website, the new enhanced, more security website deployed by that time frame. However, I will say that we did not get everything completed and we did not get everything finished. There were certain issues that we faced with the new website. Number one, it was kind of, the big thing we saw was kind of performance issues. The website was slow. People had problems timing out on the website. We found in a lot of cases if they would just refresh the page, sometimes it would come back up. But we started looking into why are we having performance issues and so on and so forth. Well, we've learned a lot. And I'm not saying that IT staff didn't know what they were doing. That's not the case. But we enabled some, and I can let Cal come up and give you the more technical details. the Enterprise ERP, I think it's called, Enterprise Resources. We set up a new platform, and within that, we were able to gain more information. But one of the things we learned about our website was that there was a tremendous amount of activity that our website was seeing. Not just you, the public, going out there and doing property searches, but we also found that there were web crawlers and automated program bots that were searching our data, and they were mining our information on a minute-by-minute basis. Now, these were not, when you think of a web bot and you think of a crawler, these were not harmful things. These were not malicious attacks that we were seeing, but we were seeing literally people out of India pounding the website, looking for changes in values, looking for changes in legal descriptions, and then reporting them back somewhere to whoever had, I guess, launched these type things. Again, they weren't harmful. They haven't taken us down. They haven't, stolen any information. All the information out there is public. They could just ask us for it, and we'll give them all the information. But it had a lot to do with improved performance. All of a sudden, now, when you would go on the website to do something, you were competing with all these web crawlers, these web bots, and so on and so forth. So we've overcome a lot of that. If you were to look at performance today, it's much, much better than it was when we first launched it. We launched some new account login features. Again, part of our enhanced security, building up the back end of the software, we went to two-factor authentication. Now, when we did this, we tried to let people know that if you come back to our website, you need to set up a new account and refresh that. And we learned that there were a lot of people that were having troubles because they were using last year's login, previous year's login information, and they couldn't get in. And so they would call us, and they would talk to different individuals, and we'd have to step them through that process. We tried to place banners on our website to say, hey, it does require a new login. Your old logins won't work. Again, enhanced security, you're going to have the two-factor authentication, that type of thing. We would send an email with those special numbers. We've also created a couple of different videos trying to address this issue, trying to show people that this is how you log in, this is how you set up a new, for the first time ever, I did a video. I didn't necessarily want to be on camera. Mr. Crouch is pretty good at it, but I didn't want to be a movie star. But I actually sat down and I created a video that we've published on our YouTube channel, trying to explain to people kind of the protests have gone out, the values have gone up, and just give it general information. But we tried to reach out and communicate better. We had the IS folks actually hand walking people through this login process. When they would call in and say, I can't get in, we would call them directly and step them through. I actually had several emails personally. I communicated a lot with the tax agents. And I've had several tax agents say, I can't get in, I can't get to my account. So I'd email them back and say, look, I'll have an IS person call you. I'd hit the send button. It wasn't five minutes later, I'd get an email back, never mind, disregard, I figured out how to get in. And so it's been a little cumbersome for folks going back through that process, but we've actually had over, I didn't check like recently, but we had at one point in time over, do you know, Cal, how many actual new account logins we have? Is at one point in time, is over 21,000 people had actually been able to get back in and set up a new login account. The number is
good.
The number, okay, that's around that. So it was working. It is working. I'm not to say though that there weren't some troubles and there weren't some challenges initially. Once we did the new account login, once we did the online protest, we actually went out there and we did a news release. Sent it to the Star Telegram, we sent it to other media outlets, and then we turned around and we blasted it on our social media platforms. We posted the news release, we posted the videos on our social media pages, which are pretty much Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Nextdoor is where we get the most impact. We reach out to more than 700,000 people through the Nextdoor app when we post something out on that. So we've tried to do our best to let people know. You know, we're no different really, and we're very, very similar to what Tarrant County is currently experiencing. The Tarrant County court system has been trying to work on replacing a software system over there for many, many, many years, and they have deployed it, and they saw setbacks too. They said they had problems with the launch, they had to shut down for a little bit, and I was actually talking to one of my attorneys yesterday about some of their frustrations dealing with the new online filing of lawsuits and things like that. But I think it was Mr. Roy Brooks, Commissioner Brooks, that made a comment online, or live Commissioners Court, that said it was a Herculean effort to try to get this software package up. And anytime you deploy something new, you're going to run into small setbacks and small issues. We're coming out with new functionality almost every day. We'll have more coming out in the future. Mr. Bomeyer, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you for your information. You are right that in the past, we had the ability for you to download different data from different, that will return. We knew, though, that we needed to get a system back out there so people could do their searches, people could do their online protests, and people could do their value negotiations, because appraisal notices and protests are right around the corner. So there is still some functionality to come. We addressed the board several months ago in a executive session. I won't tell you about what we talked about in there, but I will tell you one thing. We have implemented the things that Cal talked to you guys about in that executive session. That's what we have been working on doing. And one of the things that the board asked us, and we told them we need time, patience, and money. And so that's one of the things that we ask the public to give us also, is some time. Be patient with us. We're not asking the public for money, though. But we have reached out to a lot of folks and helped them through this process. And I will speak in my chief appraiser's report, unless we want to intermingle it here. I've got some stats with regards to online protest, online negotiation. So I will stop right here, and I got some more in my chief appraiser's report that I can share with you. And if you want to know it now, I can tell you now.
Point out that the deadline was extended.
Oh, yes, there was something else in my mind and I didn't write that down. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. As a result of the performance issues that we were facing with our software, the folks that were getting timed out on different things, we mailed our appraisal notices for residential on April the 14th. The law says that you have 30 days from which the notices are mailed, or May the 15th, in which to file a protest. We made the decision to go ahead and extend that protest deadline out to May the 30th. And we were actually able to get our online protest process and our negotiation process up and running by May the 2nd. So it basically reverts us back to all taxpayers will have a solid 30 days in which to file their protest that the law, quite frankly, provides. So thank you for reminding me of that. So with that, I'll entertain any questions, and I've got Cal, the expert here, to help me with the tough questions.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like Cal to maybe address some of the comments from earlier about the way that you prepare the website to be ready for the public, if you did a performance audit and whatever else. I'm not a technical person, but you heard what they said earlier, that they were wondering whether that had been done because it wasn't working as they had expected it to work.
Absolutely. It's referred to as a stress test. Well, I call it proactive gathering of information.
Pull that a little closer to you. Or you can just do it like a rock star.
How about that?
Yeah, that's better.
Rockstar. We gathered an incredible amount of information from our launch on Easter by design to our iterations starting on May 1st. And that was by design. We were trying to gather information about who was hitting our website, why things were occurring the way they occurred, and where people were going. And so we got intelligence, machine learning, AI, about who's hitting our website, when, from where, and that's a good thing. That is a great thing for the agency, because the reason
When did
it's...
you have that information?
I'm sorry?
When did you get that information?
We started gathering that on Easter Sunday, yeah.
Right. The site was deployed at that same time?
Yeah, we launched the Shock and Awe, we call it the Shock and Awe, on Easter Sunday, yeah. So that, that's a good thing for the agency, because should there be an attack or be hijacked, we already have quarantined information around where to go look, right? That's a good thing. So we've shared that with Texas DIR, Security Operations Center, and, that's what we said we were going to do. On May 1st, early May 2nd, we put in further implementations. From a project perspective, we have 130 items on there. 16 are critical, right? We've got the criticals moved off the list, except for one, and we have 15 more high priorities, and then we got nice to haves down the rest of the way, right? That's kind of the way we work it. That's based on, we didn't pick the time to do the change, right? It picked us, right? So would I have said this is a smart thing to do on Easter Sunday? No. But it picked us. We reacted. We assessed the risk. We made the decision back in August and November. This is where we're going to go. This is what we've done. And all I need is just a little more time and patience, and we'll be there. We're there.
Yeah, and I'll even add that while we've extended the protest deadline to May the 30th, if we come across situations in which people can show some sort of good cause, we may even allow some protests to come in after that date. But we will look at kind of what is the good cause, what's the reason behind it. But we're not trying to figure out a way whatsoever to keep people or prevent people from protesting their values or anything like that. So again, enhanced security was the goal. Making sure that we didn't lose sensitive information that people were providing to us. That was the goal, and as Cal says, we didn't pick the time. We would have much rather had a slower rollout, several year rollout or something like that. But unfortunately, the legislature doesn't change the protest deadlines. It doesn't give any appraisal districts a pass on values and deadlines and things of that nature.
Mr. Puente, you need some backstory. You really do. So we adopted a National Institute of Standards and Technology cybersecurity framework, okay, NIST. Been around since 1907, something like that. I don't know. You can look it up. Right? They're a SEC or a Federal Trade Commission, one of those special set-asides, right? All they do is gather best practices and put them in frameworks for both commercial and federal businesses, right? So we adopted early 2021 a cybersecurity framework, right? Has best practices. We adopted a software development lifecycle management, a web services lifecycle management, and a zero trust architecture, okay? We also adopted incident response, business continuity, and disaster recovery. So we did what we did to support those, okay? That's why we did what we did, all right? You had a question?
Well, going back to the simple question that Mr. Dodson asked or stated, was there, and again, this may not be the correct technical term, but was there a stress test performed before releasing
Yeah,
the
that's superfluous, yeah. Yeah,
Superfluous?
There was, that is not even an impact.
What's not an impact?
Stress test, yes, we worked jointly with Cloudflare on stress testing.
So you're saying you did perform a stress test?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then, whether I'm addressing you or you, so you're saying that we had to update our website based on legislation direction?
Well, the legislature over the past many years has implemented requirements of appraisal districts, and so we've added functionality over
So,
5, 6.
my point being is, you said we didn't pick the time, and I'm not sure what time you're talking about, But my concern is picking the time to release a new webpage at the height of the most
No,
used
that-
time period.
okay.
Was that executive decision, or are you saying that was legislative
It
decision?
was not a legislative decision, but the legislature had required appraisal districts to implement
But it was
certain
our
functionality.
decision when to release this.
Yes, but.
Why would you release it at this time? I mean, this is the most craziest time of all.
Absolutely. When we went out and did our own internal penetration testing, we found vulnerabilities to the previous
No, I
website.
heard that.
And we knew that we needed to fix certain vulnerabilities there. But at the same time, the appraisal process didn't stop. The evaluation process didn't stop. The notice process didn't stop. The certification of the appraisal roll didn't stop. So we had a compressed period of time in which we needed to fix these vulnerabilities, but at the same time, have a product
So
available.
are you saying that the fixing the vulnerabilities, the cure, the result, the fix was you couldn't fix our existing website, we had to release a new website?
We needed to redo the back end of the website. There's a front end of the website and there's a back end of the website. The back end of the website was the one that had the vulnerabilities.
But what the public sees is the front end.
That's correct, but the
And
front end.
that's the part that changed.
But
for
the front
public.
end runs off the back end. I mean, if you look at our website now compared to what our website was before, we have very, very similar functionality. It's a different color, it's a different, some things are in different places, but we have the same type of reports on this website as we did the other. We have the same board of directors, ARB, all of that stuff is still there, just in a different kind of look. The real issues we were dealing with was the handshake of us providing information to the taxpayer and the taxpayer providing information to us. That needed to be more secure. Because again, like I said, most of the information that's on our website is public information. We actually make data downloads available to where people can get gigabytes of information, free information. That's not what we were worried about securing. What we were worried about securing was when you upload a sales document to me, saying that my house is not worth this, here's my sales contract, that needs to be secure.
Yeah.
And that's
secure
where we
handshake.
found, that's where we found
We were trying to
vulnerabilities.
follow a financial banking kind of institution as best practice for that handshake of
And
security.
so I've got a role here, or at least I think I got a role here. One's represent the general public, one's represent this board. And in representing this board and as a business person, this all makes absolute sense to me. As the public, we've done a lot of damage to our image, to our perception of the public on the website alone. I mean, first time my nomination came out in the newspaper, I'm getting emails, I'm not even on the board yet, about the website. And so I don't think it's a few people, I don't think it's well, they just don't understand or they need to click on this or that. It's a broad enough perception problem that we're losing the trust of the public. I'm not saying 10% of the public, but some percent of the public, and that is never good. And so I don't know if we can change that, but that's my concern. I'm not we can't change what we've done. What we communicate to the public is what we can make a difference on, and I'm not sure what that communication is. I do have one other question here.
Real quick, before you leave your question about the timing, I think, we need some clarification on the timing. Why are we doing it now and not wait till in the fall after we're all this? Can you speak a little bit to that? What precipitated the timing? You said the timing came to us. We didn't go look for the timing. So, expand on that a little bit.
Absolutely, the events that were happening to the other appraisal districts, the cybersecurity hacks, if we didn't act when we acted, think about.
Clarify about Dallas, because I don't know if Mr. Puente is aware about that. I know we talked about it, I don't know if he is.
Oh, yeah. Right, so we had DCAD, Bayer, Travis, Williamson, and El Paso were all hijacked. I'll just call it hijacked, right? And they paid ransom money, right? I know.
It was the ransomware.
Right. They paid ransom. But 2 months before that, we found proactive vulnerabilities, and we took action, right? So this was back in Austin. This is all about security, scalability, supportability, statutory, and simplicity of your environment moving forward.
And I think from the public's perspective, if they realize there was a security issue, they're happy that was fixed. What I think is hard for them to logic is, why does fixing that cause a new website to be launched?
We moved their cheese. It's that simple. Anytime you move your cheese, people have issues, and that's what we did.
And part of that, move the cheese at the timing. The timing is what the challenge is.
Yeah, what we did was we compressed 6 years of web development into 4 months. So my team did a Herculean effort, just hammered on them. We added resources, we did everything we could do to get to that May 1st timeline.
And this might be a good time here to also interject some of the stats that I have.
Before you do that, let me go ahead and finish one more question, if you don't mind. The gentleman from Grapevine, I'm sorry, I've got your name, Tom, but I didn't capture the last name, but his question was, and I understand what he's talking about, he lost the ability to see other home values in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You acknowledged that was an important issue for someone that's protesting. You've said here in a month or so that'll be corrected, but then it's too late. So if you knew that was an issue, why did we not fix that before we launched it? Because how do you protest your property if you don't have the ability to easily see? Because again, we're not all computer nerds that we can dig in deep and so forth. It took me 3 tries to register, but that's just because I'm dumb, okay? Not most public's dumb.
Don't go there.
But my point is, if you knew that being able to look at the other properties was important, then why did we not wait and launch it with that? And then there's security, we have timing issue there, but that's a challenge.
I'll address that. I think the feature that he was referring to was we had an option to where you could download in an Excel spreadsheet different neighborhood data. You actually can go on and put in an address in our system, and you can see all the addresses on your street, and you can go click on each one of the account numbers, and you can see all the values that we currently have. I think what he was referring to was the ability to download the search results into an Excel spreadsheet. We do not have that back yet, but we have not prevented anyone from being able to put in an address and see all the different addresses on the streets, and they can go into each one of those accounts and not only see a tremendous amount of ownership information, deed information, about 5-year value history on all those properties, all your neighbors.
So I know that last year, I was able to put in my basic information, and it would come up with a list, and as everybody that's on the same street, et cetera, I could just go click.
You still have that.
You still have that. You still have that capability.
Does people know where to find that?
Well, I just typed in my address and it gave me all the addresses on my street.
Okay.
So they all came up and I wanted to see if I could click on them, and I did click on each of the individual different addresses. And yeah, I mean, all the information's there. It's got 2, 4, 6, 7 years of.
Again,
I must have typed my
value.
address wrong.
That's okay. And if anybody is here and they have a problem, I got my IS staff standing by
Yeah.
in room H. Go out there.
Again,
we'll
my
get
big
you hooked
concern
up.
was the timing. You're saying it's about security, Herculean effort, and I appreciate that. And again, my concern is also public, no matter what, moving the cheese,
Yeah.
it's still the public perception. This organization has some work to do on our public perception.
Well, another thing I'd like to add too, with regards to providing information, whenever a property owner would go in and they would log into their account, and we've done videos on this, and we've done news releases on this, they would go in, they'd log into their account, and they can add their property. Once they add their property, they're actually able to go in and view all of their sales comp data and all their equity comp data, and sometimes land comp data. So we still provide all of that information on a property account by property account basis. So, but you don't get to go look at someone else's comps though. Now that's not a security thing. That is a confidentiality thing. The people that we get sales information from, data from, we have to agree to keep some of that information confidential. I can provide you 6 to 8 comparable sales about your property, but I can't give you access to the entire sales database. They prohibit me from doing that. So we haven't prevented at all anyone from being able to get evidence that we would submit to them. Actually, it'll be the evidence that we submit in an actual ARB hearing. So they have access to all that right now. The one feature I think that this gentleman was referring to was that in the past, if you did a search on an address, we would let you download all that search results into an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
We don't have that functionality back
Okay.
yet. But as Mr. Pompa said, you can go click by click by click by click right down your street, and you can see all of your neighbors' information. You can even go look at
If
their
I had to
deed.
do it over, I would have moved the search feature off into the cloud, because clearly that has no value to what we're doing here at Tarrant Appraisal as far as a handshake, e-commerce type environment, so.
It is a good-looking website. I like it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Martinez?
Herculean effort of that team, that IS team.
Great, thank you. Couple of comments, questions, I guess. So, being in real estate recently, there's a website that I use to get information. And a couple of months ago, that website changed overnight. And of course, signing in, had to look around, start, new areas to really try to, just find, I was used to the old website. Of course, there's better advantages now to this new website that I'm using. I like the videos, the how-to videos. The question is, and then I'll get to a point here, out of the people that protest, how many may be Spanish dominant, Vietnamese dominant, or another language dominant, percentage-wise, more or less?
That's a really good question. And I've got Ricardo, he normally sits in that chair right over there. He is my Spanish, we got a lot of Spanish-speaking folks. but
I got nothing on that.
I
So you know.
am not going to be the one that does a Spanish-speaking video. But no, that is something that we need to do as well on our videos. We do a pretty good job, I think, on some of the forms. The comptroller even has Spanish-speaking forms that we try to make available to the public. But we do need to do a better job on getting a Spanish-speaking video out there on the same exact topics.
No,
You're right.
definitely, because, you have that how to navigate.
Yes.
Be good to have it, in Spanish, Vietnamese.
Totally agree. Now,
that way-
we'll have to find a Vietnamese interpreter. I don't know.
I'm sure
that-
we can find
I
someone.
don't know that we have anyone on staff that does that.
But yeah, those are just my comments there, anything
Thank
to
you,
make
that's
it easier.
very good.
So.
The other thing would be is, it seems like we ought to have a link on the website to go to the video, rather than say, I don't go to Facebook, so I don't even know that would exist, but if there's on the
Well,
website.
we do have a helpful links site on
For the
our.
video.
Yes, on our, it's called
Okay.
Helpful
Yeah.
Videos on our
All right.
website.
Didn't see that.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes, we are linking those.
Where are we today with the system? Is it taxpayer-friendly, where people come on and can get the information? And one of the things I understand is a large number, not getting in, Matthew, I don't want to get into values, I won't talk about values, but it's my understanding that tax agents generally wait to the end of the period to come on.
That is correct.
Are we going to have and not being a computer guy, but are we going to have a problem timing out or volume? Have we increased our capabilities to handle the number of requests that are forthcoming?
Yeah, tenfold, I believe.
Okay, so we can.
I don't project that at the end of June or first part of July, we're going to have an issue.
Okay.
Again-
And, I will just say, and Matthew, help me here, because we're pretty much, the deadlines to getting the deliverable to the taxing entities is the 25th of July, and that's by state law. And essentially, we have to do things according to state law. We have to, if you think about a speed limit, if the speed limit's 30, we have to go 30. We can't go 25, we can't go 35, we have to go 30. So everything that the district has to do is be available to the taxpayer to get the taxing entity the information that we're required to get by July 25th. And what do you need today to make that happen from the board?
From the board, I don't think, I'll go back to that time and patience. I don't really see right now us being impacted at all with regards to protest, informal process, or the formal protesting process that will get us to certification. Again, I've got some more stats that I'm going to give in my chief appraiser's report that I think might answer that, but like you're saying, with the, one of the features that is imminent to be coming out is the mass protest for agents. We currently have right now about 20,000 protests that have been filed by agents. And they've chosen to take the Excel spreadsheet format and send it to us in an Excel spreadsheet. That's a lot of people. One of the things that I want to make clear is that we have, when the legislature said that we need to provide an online protest process, when it first started, we got like 500. I mean, nothing. And of course, we were hoping that people would use that process more. Now it's a lot more. We get about 127,000 protests through the online protest. Majority of those are agents that are doing it because we have had a mass update protest, but still there's some agents that still will file their protest via paper and or via electronic Excel spreadsheets, which we accept them that way. We have to accept them that way. A lot of agents, though, will choose to do the mass protest online, but a lot of them are going to wait until the deadline to do it. And I visited with Cal just this morning and said, where are we on the mass protest portion of this? It's in testing right now. Okay. So once we finish testing, it will be published out there live. Now, the general taxpayer won't see that. That's only going to be for the agent side. But we anticipate that will allow the agents to do a mass protest. It'll allow them then to go through the process. And again, I've got some more stats here that I want to share with you in my chief appraiser's report about what efforts we're doing to work with taxpayers, work with agents, and resolve as many accounts before we ever get to the issue of are we going to be able to certify on time.
Okay. And Matthew, our role as this board, we are not involved in the individual protests at all. That's the ARB's job by law.
This board, and the way that the separation of powers is set up, and what this board's responsibilities are, is y'all don't really have any authority over either values as a whole for any individual entity or over individual values on any particular piece of property. If people have issues with the values that the appraisal district has put out on a piece of property, then the appropriate body for them to go to is the appraisal review board by filing a protest, and that is the governmental body that is set for keeping a check on the appraisal district and making sure that their values are accurate.
Okay. But our role is to ensure that the chief appraiser has the resources necessary to make sure the deliverables are there.
Absolutely. Part of the governance of the appraisal district would be to ensure that the chief appraiser and his staff are getting to their certification deadline and delivering an appraisal roll to each entity so that their assessor can begin calculating the known revenue and the voter approval rates, and then the individual governing bodies can go ahead and determine what is the actual tax rate that they're going to set for each one of their entities.
So by law, by state law, we have to go 30 miles an hour.
Absolutely, yes. If we don't, for whatever reason, if we did not get to a 95% certification rate by the end of July, then what the law would actually require would be for Mr. Law to provide a certified estimate of what those values would be, that then the entities would use that to set their tax rates. And obviously, the less percentage number that is outstanding, when that number comes out, the more accurate it is. And what the legislature has said is that we need to be at 95% by the end of July, and that then will provide some certainty to the entities, so when they adopt their rates, they'll actually have a good sense of how much revenue that is going to generate.
Okay. And just one other, on the agenda, we've got an item where we're going to talk about the budget workshop, and we're going to go into that under a separate agenda item. Should we not hear from the tax liaison officer and the ARB and the chief appraiser before we go into that process? I'm talking sequence now of the agenda.
I don't have a problem making that change to the agenda, if y'all are good with it. I don't think I have to take a vote on it.
I don't think so.
that
I think you
part,
can
so-
just, I think our rule, our policy says you can change the order of the agenda.
Okay.
I did have one more question just before we move off this topic. The mass, what do you call it, mass appraisals? That-
Agent mass protest.
Agent mass protest, is that a statutory requirement that we provide that?
It is not.
Okay, so you're just, that's a
It's a
kind of a bell and
convenience.
whistle that you put into the
Yes,
system
absolutely.
to assist
Absolutely.
that,
We're still
but
going
that is not a
to-
statutory
No, it's not.
requirement.
It's not a statutory requirement, it's a convenience thing, and it allows the, again, when a property owner files an online protest, they sort of do some of the data entry for us by filling out the form and filling out the information. So even on the agent side, it's a way to get it into our computer systems a lot faster rather than having to do manual entry of forms.
And that's one of the things I asked, I think, last month or last time we were here, is the website providing all the statutory requirements that the legislature has required us to provide to the public through our website?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, just going back to the timing a little bit, like you said, we didn't pick the timing. The ransomware attacks, I think, really opened a lot of people's eyes. I know you were already working on that even before that occurred, knowing that it's, like you said, every time, it's not a matter
It's
of
plausible,
when, it's
yes.
just a matter of, if, it's a matter of when it's going to happen. So, I am concerned about the public's perception of the website. I think that's important. I think more important is that we provide the statutory required information on the website, and more important that we protect it, and that we take all the steps that you've taken. I trust that that'll get done, because I'm not an IT person, but to make sure that we won't have the ransomware attack, or at least that we have a good plan on how to recover very quickly from it, because it will probably happen, but I hope not to be down for 60 days like Dallas CAD was, and without any access, because I guarantee you, if the inconvenience right now is a bit of an inconvenience in finding where things are on the website, it's going to be a lot more difficult if the website is if our whole system is down for 60 days.
Absolutely.
And we don't want that to happen.
Absolutely, big time. And so we're doing what we said we were going to do in August, November.
I have a few things. I think the public's perception is important, but from my experience over the last couple of months, the public's experience is important too. We've said the old website didn't go down. It did for just a day or two or a couple weeks or something, but it was supposed to come back up. And when it did, I was getting communications from people that the functionality and the information that was available on the old website wasn't there anymore. So, quick questions. Did we have 3 hacks last year?
I cannot answer that because I don't know that we had 3 hacks last year. Hacks?
Did we have any hacks?
Give me some demarcation on what you're calling hacks.
Something enough that would disrupt our system.
I'll tell you of 2 hacks that we've had since I've been here, and they were both before Cal was here.
Well, that'd be BC.
Yeah, BC, as we referred to it before
Before
Cal.
Cal,
We had they weren't really hacks because nobody came in and stole any information. What they were redirections. The first one we had was.
I think we've talked about
yeah,
that.
one was
Now,
to
you talked
Russia and one
about
was to
the-
Africa.
The front end, which is the website, which people access the information, and then you referred to the back end.
Yes, sir.
Is the back end Aumentum?
No, sir.
Is the back end what?
The back end Aumentum. Aumentum is the software that they use.
Ultimately, all the updates that we do in TAD go through Aumentum. We have many other systems that regenerate those services for publication. So, your question is, the answer is, the updates are in Aumentum. The presentation is not from Aumentum. That's from integrated software services that we present.
Where was the vulnerabilities that you all were trying to protect against?
That's probably a cybersecurity issue. I think some of it was covered in
Okay, I understand the question. Okay.
Back
I'll-
away from that one. Thank you,
Don't
sir.
bother, yeah. I understand that, so that really, that's what I'm frustrated about. We deployed the site apparently April 14th. We had a meeting in March, this board had a meeting in March, and what happened on April 14th was not communicated at all in any way, in the meeting or in any way to the board, that it was going to be a disaster. So in the very beginning, there was an email Mr. Law sent to the board that said, the site is up and running, and it's running a little slow. That didn't jibe with my experience in talking to a number of other people who were on the website. I use the website every week in my business, similar to what Mr. Martinez was saying. It is a resource that I use, but I wasn't able to because it was taking so long, so I understood that functionality problem. For the beginning, the values and the square footages weren't up. There was a vendor that downloads our data and I think processes it and provides some tools to look at it, and other people use it, namely tax agents, and that information was put up, but then it was taken down because of that. Of course, everybody's timing out. This is my own experience. If you can't get on a website, you can't protest. And so it's not like, I feel like whatever the timing, on April 14th, we should have been a lot further down the road than we were. Because square footages, and this week, I was doing some work and there was another site, another account that popped up that it didn't have a value, it was pending. And this information, square footages of the properties and the 2023 values of the properties were not posting. And if you're a resident and you're trying to figure out how's everybody else around me looking, if you can't get that information for your own house, you can't get it for anybody else's. And I think Mr. Bamir used the term that the residents, taxpayers would have to protest with their hand tied behind their back. They don't have the information that TAD has in its database, and TAD can bring it up pretty quickly, but not there. This is sort of a footnote. We've used the term e-commerce site. I think I understand why we're using that term, but we're not exchanging money for product all the time. So
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, please do.
The e-commerce enclave was more around multi-factor authentication versus what we had in the past.
I understand,
exactly
but just for the public, I want them to understand, it's not like we're setting this up to start billing. And
Absolutely
and
not.
we've got one of our board members is in charge of that, so we'll leave that in her camp.
I would just only add to the fact that I use that term e-commerce too, that there's an exchange of information. We're giving them something.
Yeah.
And at the same time, they're giving us something. And some of that stuff needs to be kept confidential and protected.
It was like, if you're doing banking transactions, right? You go through the drive-through, you might have a secret word.
Yeah.
If you're online, you might have a secret code, and you're going to get another code to prove you are who you are based on your multi-factor authentication.
So that was just an identification
Absolutely.
verifier, and I
Absolutely.
understand that. Okay. One of the other things, if you typed in, let's say somebody's last name was Jackson, and they typed in Jackson, and they're getting all of the Jacksons in Tarrant County, that's understandable. But if they have a first name with it, maybe it'd prioritize it. Anybody who lives on Jackson Street or somewhere on Jacksboro Highway, the searches were coming up with a whole lot of information that wasn't asked for. And the mechanism that was being used to search wasn't working. That part I really don't understand either. I'm not asking a question. Just to say, the public's perception is going to be shaped by their experience that they had. And I shared in some of that because I was getting input from various places about how much of a disaster people were having as they tried to find the information. So it is important, if this board is going to do anything to repair reputation, I think we have to reflect that we understand. And I want to make it clear to everybody, I think I do understand how bad this experience was for thousands and thousands of people. And I think this board probably does too. I'll let them speak for themselves. But in my case, I stayed off the website because I couldn't afford the time waiting for it to spend for 6 or 8 minutes and then time me out. And then go back and do it 3 more times. And I did do that one time to realize. So this wasn't, this is nowhere close. When we talked about this in March, I was concerned about it because of information that I was getting about the old website and information that wasn't available on it. No, not that many people were using it probably at that time, so it may not have been as big a deal, but I thoroughly expected on April 14th that we would be functioning better, and we weren't. And if, Mr. Wood, if you remember at the end of your discussion, I wished you good luck.
Time, patience, and money, right?
Yeah.
And I believe if you go through the thousands and thousands of requests, the majority, I'll tell you, 75% of them are operator error, and I can't fix that. I can't fix the distal end. I can't fix their caching in the cloud. It takes time. I told you, I need time and money and patience.
If
And
that had been reflected,
I believe.
if that had been reflected in the March meeting, I'd feel differently than I do now. I do not feel like this board was informed correctly about how things were going to go, and as it unfolded, I got an email from Mr. Law, the whole board did, saying it's just running a little slow, and I'm hearing all of this, and I'm actually experiencing myself. It was much more than that. And I think I wrote an email back to Mr. Law, and I don't remember exactly, but I remember thinking and feeling, if any of the board takes that information and responds to somebody who is very frustrated that they can't get on, and when they do, that their property values aren't posted yet, and that their square footages of their property are not listing off their correct, they're going to sound like an idiot. And I think the board needs to be better informed than that. And Mr. Law responded to that email because I had 3 questions on there about online protests. I don't think those responses were fully disclosive of what we were up against in there, but he shared that with the entire board. And you wouldn't know that, I think, but Jeff did. He responded and he sent it to the whole board. And one of the interesting things is, I've been here for 3 years. I'm the senior member after just 3 years. Not true. Ms. Burgess has been here longer than I have.
I know I'm being hidden by the large gentleman next to me, but
How about
Scooch
voting
on up,
member?
sir.
You're the senior voting member.
I'll bet you every email, every email that I've gotten that has been addressed to the board has had a reminder not to reply all, because as a board member, we can't communicate outside of an open meeting. And so what I was wondering about that was, it's interesting because Jeff Law can talk to anybody of the board he wants to, but when he took my email and forwarded it to all of the board, how is that any different? I don't think it is. I don't know, but
Is that a question for me?
Mr. Tepper, would you address that?
Yeah, obviously, the way that the Open Meetings Act works is members, people who are not a member of the board are free to communicate with board members at will. I communicate with many of you in between meetings. And for Jeff, as the chief appraiser, to go ahead and communicate with individual board members is okay. And when he sends out an email that includes everybody on the board, that is a perfectly legitimate communication for him to have. The issue that you can run into is with a walking quorum. And so if I go ahead and I have a conversation with Mr. Pompa, and then I turn back around and I talk with 2 board members about what it is that Mr. Pompa had to say, that I have facilitated a walking quorum, even if Mr. Pompa only communicated with me, then I've taken his communication and passed it on to somebody else, and that can absolutely happen with forwarded emails and things of that nature.
Yeah, I'd like to respond, though, because I've been instructed by this board to make sure that whenever I get a question, that I respond to the whole board with the answer, so that if there's a particular question, that the communication from me does not go to just one board member, but it goes to the entire board. Now, I'm very careful, as Matthew points out, to try to avoid any kind of walking quorum, any kind of situation like that, but you know, again, a question comes in, I forward it out to the whole board, this is the answer to a particular question, but then if there's further, the way I understand the Open Meetings Act, if there's further communication about the particular question or comments, that's whenever violations start to come in.
Correct. I've been on several boards that are actually required for open meetings, and that's not uncommon for the superintendent or for that individual, the public employee, to reply to all of us. If I have a question, that way we're all kind of on the same page, answering providing the information that he provided to everybody. I don't believe that's a concern. I believe that's what happened. He sent several questions. He replied to everybody, okay, you know, I've had this question, these are my replies, my responses to all these answers. And so it went out to everybody. So I don't see that that is a violation of the Open Meetings Act
Yeah,
whatsoever.
and I don't think the questions were pertaining to like, how do you think the board's going to vote on this? Or how do you think this particular issue will go before the board? That wasn't the type of question. I think the question was something like, is the online protest process going to be available on the website? And the answer was, yes, we believe it is, and it is, it's up, it's running. You know, yes, was performance slow? Yes, it was. Did we respond? Yes, we did. We extended the deadline. We made it to where property owners will not be not provided the ability to file timely protest as a result of slow performance. That has been resolved. If you go to the website, or at least every time I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I hit the website, or I wait till, you know, when the website's busy, it's responsive. We have solved that problem. And so, yes, we apologize for the slow performance up front, but we've made additions, we've made fixes, and again, we have extended the public's ability to file a protest. They have access to their data. I've been in this business for over 30 years, and I've never filed a protest on my property, ever. In fact, I never even got an online account here at TAD because I didn't want to even have the perception that I was getting any kind of special advantage or anything like that. This year, for the very first time, I set up my very own online protests, or on my online account. I have not protested, but I set my online account up so that I could see and experience what it was the taxpayers were seeing and experience. Could I file a protest if I chose? Yes, I could. I have not. Could I get access to the online negotiation tool? Yes, I could. I did not proceed forward with it. Could I get my sales information, my equity comp information? Yes, I could. I looked at it, I reviewed it, and you know what? I'm slightly underappraised by about $4,000 in my opinion, based upon the comps in my neighborhood.
We'll send you the bill.
Okay.
Go back 3 years, too.
I'll pay it. But I did that for the purposes of trying to see what my experience, my user experience would be, and yes, the first 15 days or so, it was horribly slow. I got timed out too, and I would hit refresh, and I would go to Cal and say, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And it has been fixed. And now we've come back and said, okay, we're going to reset the protest date to give all property owners the right amount of time in which to view their evidence, see their evidence. And again, I've got a lot of stats here I'd like to share with the board of what we actually have done.
So the experience that people have had, it wasn't just the first 2 weeks. The thing has been slow the whole time. It's gotten better, admittedly. That's good. And the information is showing up. But it's been showing up as a process, and as I said a few minutes ago, as of earlier this week, there were apparently still some properties that didn't have values posted on them.
If that's the case, it's most likely because we haven't finished the appraisal process. I mean, there are still some commercial values out there that the commercial department has not finished. Now, does that mean that their protest deadline is going to be shortened? Absolutely not. Once we're finished with that, we'll send a notice, they'll have the same 30-day protest time frame that everyone else will
So
have.
there's a cascade of events that happens with the protests and being able to represent people as tax agents do moving forward for a property owner to be able to get the information without paying for it, as Mr. Bemir had mentioned a little while ago, that he had to pay for the data that he used to get online. But I think the question right now I have is if I had sent that email, my email, to the board, that would have been a violation of open meetings. Is that correct?
If you'd send it to everybody.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think that is correct. I can't remember what the exact substance, I think the point that was made, if three of y'all run into each other outside of a football stadium, and you want to talk about how the TCU game went the other day, that is perfectly appropriate, because that's not a matter that's ever going to come through from the board. But if y'all were talking about appraisal district.
Board business.
If you
District
reported an
business.
email to the forum of the board, then yes, I would advise you not to do that.
So Mr. Law didn't just answer those questions, state and answer those specific questions. He actually forwarded my email. How is that any different?
I mean, I probably would have preferred that the email just had Mr. Law's answers to the questions and not your original email attached.
Do you think it was a violation of open meetings for that to happen?
That's a tough question to answer. It certainly, like I said, I would have preferred that the other email had not been attached to it, and it would have just had Mr. Law's responses to it. Because again, for Mr. Law to communicate with every member of this board is all right. And he quite frequently sends emails that are copied to every member of the board, and I think those are effective.
I don't know what the rest of the board's experience has been, but when this was on the March agenda, I was already concerned, very concerned. And the reason we had that on the agenda is so that we could hear what the plan was, because things were concerning with even with the old website. And we saw this coming. We had a discussion about it. It's actually in the letter of repair that we issued. It's item number 6 of 11. And what has happened has not lined up with that. And I don't think that most of it is about taxpayers trying to get used to a new website, or I think the term you used is, I understand people change, I don't know why they change websites sometimes, and it's a little hard to figure the new ones out. I get that. But this sort of implies that it's the taxpayer's fault, and I resist that idea on its face. I think for this board and for this organization to be credible, we need to be truthful about things, and I think we're sort of covering up the truth and not dealing with this as the taxpayer is seeing it. So that's the reason for my questions. That was the reason we talked about it in March, was just to get some assurance that what has happened would not happen. And that's been the frustration. I don't understand. Especially with the deployment of Augmentum 8 years ago, I think we'd have learned some lessons from that, but I feel like we didn't. So my feeling about this, I'm sympathetic to a taxpayer that gets on the website and has to fight through timeout issues, not having the information available on their home or the other ones around them, and having to go to some substantial effort to get the data that they need to look at it. I think the deployment of this has been pretty sad, and I'm disappointed. We represent about 2 million people here. I've been elected, and we all have been elected by taxing units, and I'm familiar with the people on those boards, and they genuinely, the reason I'm here is because they genuinely are concerned that the taxpayers don't get treated fairly in this process. And I don't know we have to do a whole lot to fix things, but in my opinion, we can't just talk happy talk. We need to be truthful and disclosive of certain things without, obviously, I didn't mean to try to compromise our cybersecurity, but a little while ago, but that's the important thing. And if we're not going to do that, I don't know why we're here. So Obviously, this has been a disappointing rollout, and I think we need to be truthful as what happened. The site is still slow. It's not as slow as it was. And most of the information, I am finding it now available. But this week, I had some experience with some properties, and they weren't ready.
That's two things, synchronization and caching.
Yeah,
I can't change that in the cloud.
yeah.
I can't change people's cache that they've had for years. I can't do that. That takes 10 to 14 days, okay? That's why you're seeing iterations of improvement from May 1st to today. My birthday, by the way.
Today is your birthday?
Yes.
Should we all sing happy birthday to
I just,
Mr. Wood?
just her. No,
All right.
no, thank you.
I guess I'd like some clarification on where you're thinking that Hal isn't telling the truth. He's standing up there answering questions, so you're accusing him of lying, so why don't we go ahead and be
Well,
very specific about
I'll ask you a
that?
question first. Did you think things were going to be up and running and providing the service they needed to the taxpayer on April 14th?
Were those services provided to the taxpayers on April 14th?
Which services?
The ones he's talking about?
I mean,
Being able to look up your property values?
I mean,
Let's keep the comments down. I would appreciate the answer, but I understand where Mr. Pomp is going, and I also understand what Mr. Wood is having to, the balancing beam he's on right now.
It's okay. We said security first, scalability, supportability, statutory, simplicity, right? Were we statutory compliant on April 14th? Yes. Was all functionality that we've done for the last 6 years available? No. Was the site running optimized? No. No.
Why not?
We gleaned.
Tell us why not. Why wasn't it optimized by the time you released it?
It was not optimized because, wow. So when you change a back-end infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
All the enterprise applications that are delivering services to your website, right? Change all DMZs, change the route in through Cloudflare, change all your IDSs, all your IPSs, intrusion detection services, intrusion prevention services. You change all your routing, your access control lists. Yeah, you're going to break stuff. Yeah, you're going to slow stuff down. And you learn where those things are as you evolve. It takes about 10 to 14 days. It was awful between Easter and May 1st. We instituted those processes, right? And we gleaned incredible information about who's hitting our website and when. That's a good thing, right? Because if we ever have a disaster, if we ever have an incident, we already have a quarantine kind of area to focus on, right? It's like first minute response. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to look? You're going to look at the bad actors, right? We gained information there. It was slower than we thought. I didn't represent that back in March, that it might be, I needed time, patience, and money. We needed some time.
I guess then my follow-up question is, could you have done that testing before?
Mr. Pompa, did you ask me what I thought he was lying about?
Because you said that we weren't being truthful to the public, so he's up there
That's
talking.
not the same thing as a lie. I don't think it was in his heart to lie to us.
You're telling the truth or you're lying, one or the other, in my opinion. So-
Okay, I'll go with that, that's
But
fine.
let me ask Kyle a follow-up question. Could that testing have been done? What happened between April 14th and you said 2 weeks later? Could that have, and I guess maybe that's what we that are not technical people would refer as a stress test. Could you have tested that and fixed all those issues before you rolled out this website to the public? That way, when we told the public, hey, it's ready, we could have gone through all these, all these issues that we had, the slow issue and whatever else came up. Could that have been done before and then roll it out as a clean, ready to go, fully functioning, everything is there and at the speed that people expect it to be? Could that have been done?
It could have been done. The problem was, when you do an internal test, right, you're on a private network. When you do an external test, you're on a public network, right? Those two meet in the cloud. They come through normal processes like Cloudflare, right? You get your entry access to the DMZ, and you move on from there. What we found was the primary source of our slowness was Tarrant County, ourselves, and the city of Fort Worth, okay? We didn't realize that that was where the majority of the traffic that was slowing the search function was coming from. We found that out.
Excuse me, you said
We
Tarrant
said-
County and the city of Fort Worth.
And Tad, and us, yeah.
And you mean the entities, or do you mean individuals in Tarrant County and the city of Fort Worth?
Entities.
The entity, the Tarrant
Absolutely.
County entity, the city of Fort Worth entity,
Yep.
overloading your system, you didn't expect that?
Yep, right. So segmented that off, then we started interrogating that which was outside, found out a bunch of whole, wonderful information, and rate limit them as far as what they can do, on the website. People that have just signature applications that are same over and over and over, from India Pure Plays, France. I mean, do we have a lot of French owners in Tarrant County? I don't know,
But India was the number one, though. From out of country, India was the number one.
Yeah, if you talk web crawlers and apps and bots and those kind of things, yes. Yeah. So, we learned a lot. So could we have done that? I think your question was.
Yeah, could you have done
Could we
that?
have done that ahead of time? Based on the way we were routing traffic inbound and outbound, no.
Okay.
Could I have emulated that? Maybe. It would have been hard.
But then you also couple the fact that state law was requiring me to send out 603,000 appraisal notices on April 14th, too. And if I had mailed all those appraisal notices and not had a website that people could go to, we would be talking about a different topic. Why wasn't the website ready? Well, we held it back because it was going to be slow.
Yeah.
So, and again, I think from a truthful standpoint, we've been truthful with what we've done, what we sent to the Star Telegram in a press release, what we put on our Facebook pages, those were truthful things. I mean, I said slow, maybe I should have said really slow. But I don't.
Or diminished.
Yeah, but never in any way, shape, form, or fashion did we ever try to be dishonest, to try to hide anything or anything like that. I mean, it's kind of the same thing with Tarrant County when they deployed their court system. They've worked on that thing for decades, and they finally deployed it, and guess what? They had problems. They had several days where the whole court system and the county clerk system were absolutely shut down completely, couldn't do anything. These big type.
4 months.
Yeah.
4 months Herculean effort.
Yeah, and it's anytime you deploy something like this, you're going to run into situations. And that's what I'm here to tell the board, and I'm here to tell the public today. We ran into situations, and the question there was, how do you rectify that situation? And what you do is you give the taxpayers more time. You wait until the situations are resolved, the speed's better, the data is there, and we're still rolling out information right now and making the site better and better. I don't think there's, again, I've got a lot of protests that have been filed. I've got a lot of online negotiations that have been processed and resolved, and people are happy. We've had over 4,000 people come into our office. And you think, oh my gosh, that's normal. That's normal of what's coming into our office to talk to us about values. And we're settling values with property owners on a daily basis, doing our jobs so we can get to certification. And I believe there's not a question in my mind that we're going to get the certification just fine. But we are absolutely, we learned a lot from the deployment of Aumentum, and we've tried to take certain steps to make sure that we mitigate that here. Were we perfect? No, it's a software. Software always. Look at what's going on right now at American Airlines. I mean, or not American Airlines, but at the FAA and others, where they're having trouble with just the software and putting people on flights and things of that nature, and routing and things of that nature.
Sabre.
So
Yeah.
let me,
It's software.
let me
That kind of stuff
recognize
happens.
J.R. Martinez. He's got a comment, question.
So just a quick question and a thought. Do you see these protests slowing down now? And I know we said we're going to extend it to the end of the month. Do you think we might have to extend it into June, a couple of days, or what are
I
your
don't
thoughts on that?
think so, but you know what? I'm willing to if the need arises, because again, I'm not interested at all in disenfranchising a single person from filing a protest. I will tell you, I'm kind of surprised that our protests are less than what Dallas County currently has. I mean, when I was on a conference call with them the other day, Dallas County Appraisal District already had 60,000 protests, and at that point, we were only at about 35,000 protests.
Right.
Harris County was at 200,000 protests.
So can some of that be due to the fact that our website wasn't working? and
No,
people couldn't use it?
everybody was still, with the online protest process was working. People had the ability to file an online protest. Plus, every person in the county had the ability to turn their appraisal notice over and fill it out by hand, but fill it out on paper and send it in. And we've gotten a lot of those too. Not everybody in Tarrant County is using the online protest feature. When I get to it in my, well, right here it is. I'll just go ahead and tell you, right now, as of this morning, we had 56,500 protests filed. 22,000 of them were filed via paper. 14,000 of them, 14,400 are protested online. And at this time, we have 20,009 protests that were filed through like Excel documents and things of that nature through agents. So despite the fact that we've got 56,000 protests, 22,000 of them are still filed the old-fashioned way, turning the appraisal notice over, filling it out, turning it in. So we did have 127,000 protests last year filed online, no question about it. And will we get to that point this year? Maybe. I'm actually seeing, and I don't want to make this a blanket statement, but I'm actually seeing people are now becoming more educated from a standpoint. They understand that market value is what the price would sell for. Appraised value is that homestead cap that Mr. Crouch talks about, and then taxable value is that appraised value minus all your homesteads. People are now looking at the fact that, yeah, my market value is here, but my taxable value is here. This should come down a little bit, but it's not going to change my taxes. And some of them aren't even protesting because they recognize the fact that it won't change the amount of tax that they're going to have to pay because of the 10% appraisal cap. So
Let me, I think we can move on to our next item. I am just going to say, I'll give you a minute in a minute.
Is it time for me to leave?
Not quite yet, not quite yet. I thought you were, in the last meeting, when you were going to talk, you got up to go, and I thought you were going to go out that door there. You probably should have done that today, too, maybe.
I missed my chance.
I do not think, Cal, that you lied to us. And that is not what I said, that's not what I thought. But what I am is an antenna to the public, and I'm getting input from people, and they're telling me what they experience. And if you don't know that, you can't deal with it. I'm telling you that's what happened. And I think if the public is trying to access a site that they just get the spinning circle, that's maddening. And especially, part of it's unfair because things run slow sometimes, and clearly, it's frustrating if it's Google or Amazon or whatever. When that happens, it's frustrating. But day after day, 8-minute timeouts, that kind of thing, that's what the public has been experiencing. And that pain isn't because they can't figure out the new website. It's not because they can't even get on the website to figure it out. So I think it's important for this board to understand, and I think they do. It's hard to fix a reputation which has been damaged if we're not truthful. And when we don't explain enough sometimes that's deceiving. And if we say it's just running a little slow, that is outrageous to a person who's been trying for days to get on, even to look up their own property, when they do a search for a word and it comes up with every street or anything that looks like that word in their search, rather than just the neighborhood that they live in that they're looking for. So all of those things pile up, and when you're getting that experience, it's frustrating to hear that we're pretty much there, and there really weren't that big of a problem and all of that. I'm just, there's a disconnect in my head how that can be represented. I don't think you lied to us, but I don't think you
Thank you, sir.
understood.
And
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that the timing was not the best.
I think, yeah, I think everybody gets that now, but that's important. I think you've always been truthful with me.
Thank you.
I think in this case, maybe you didn't have, you weren't hearing the other side as much as I was, and that's where the communication problem is. So when somebody is not telling the truth, it doesn't mean they're lying. And it's not either or. There are, and we have to be judicious about how we proceed. But I don't think you've ever lied to me. I think you've always been, I think you've told me what you saw at the time truthfully, and I need that. I think all of us do. So I do want to say that. Is there any other questions before we move on to budget? And actually, we're going to take a break, I think.
Got a couple of comments over there.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Burgess.
Oh, thank you.
Is this for me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. I didn't want to interrupt or speak over anyone, because that seems to be the new thing. So, did you escalate the time frame of services deployed from your earlier plan to address the public's expectations, which balanced the need for cybersecurity based on DCAD, Travis,
Yes, ma'am.
Bayer?
Yes, ma'am.
You did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There was a sense of urgency, yes.
And I believe that we did speak about that in close, but I just wanted that to be a statement that you could make in public that did not.
It enhanced the risk analysis? Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And therefore speaking to the Herculean effort that your team did undergo, and having those deploys go out a lot earlier than expected, and they made them come out a lot earlier, and there were a lot of stresses in that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We originally designed the rollout of the new website to come out at the end of certification of 2023.
Okay.
So we escalated it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. In the past, and I know some of this was before you were on board, so Mr. Law might be able to help you with this, but you may be able to answer this as well. Did TAD provide more than just statutory required information prior to this, prior to now, and the taxpayers have become accustomed to that, and maybe that's why they are saying, you're not providing this information now, but it's not required by any other appraisal districts, and we've been on the cutting edge of providing more than what is necessary?
Statutory?
Yes, sir.
Well, that calls for speculation.
Okay.
But I would say, based on all the requirements that we pulled from 6 years of development, I would say that's probably true.
Okay.
Yeah, I would confirm that that's, part of that is what's true. And again, Mr. Bromeyer made the comment about that he could download data from the website, and that was a feature that we did have on our first site, to where if you did a search result, then it would allow you to move it to a CVS file in Excel, and then everything you search for, you could have it in Excel, and you could take it, manipulate it, twist it, and everything. That is not a statutory requirement. That was just a feature that we added, and we have not added that back yet. But again, to Mr. Puente's comments, is that you can still go on account by account, and you can look at all your neighbors. Now, the search feature, I agree with you, Mr. Diot, from a standpoint that if you put in Jackson, you're going to get some things. I would recommend to the public, and that's an aspect that we are working on to solve, is the more specific the information you can put in, the better the results you get, particularly using an account number. Account numbers are unique. Jackson, you're right, there's Jackson streets, there's Jackson names, but using an address is the second best way to look up something, is to actually put in a number and a street, and it has the capabilities of finding that. But when you put in a name, you can get some weird, and that is some weird results. And that is something that the team it's on the list of things to get resolved and get out there. But I will tell you, and right now, another thing that's frustrated some people, it's frustrated me, is that when you do put in a name, even with specificity, it will list it in account number order as opposed to alphabetical order. And that is a frustrating aspect of the site right now. But I would recommend folks be as specific as you can with your searches. Like in my case, law space Jeff will return a lot of different search results. If you put in my last name and my full first name, you'll get me. It'll be right there. So, yes, we are providing additional functionality, and some of it has not returned, but it is on the list of things to get back.
And the CSV file that the gentleman mentioned that he was able to get before, is that that is in the wish list?
Yes, ma'am.
The
Yes, ma'am.
nice-to-have
Yeah.
list
Yeah, it's
that
not
we would like to get back to.
135 things that we got to get to, yes, ma'am.
It's not on the
Absolutely.
critical or the high.
Right, but it is on
Nice to have.
Yeah.
nice-to-have again, to give back to the public because they got used to having it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then timeframes for high use. We start out with April 14th and we move forward. You have 607,000 or however many, 600-something thousand blue value notices that went out. It seems like everybody got them within maybe a 3-4 day span, and everybody got on there at the same time. You had maybe 200,000 people on there. I don't know how many people at one time frame. Can you speak to the number of people that were on the website within certain bandwidths, or were there certain time frames during the day that might have been more particular issues, like say a 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., or was it just all the time? There's been a lot of days since then, I understand, so if that's a difficult question to answer,
Oh, I
because
think
it's
what
been
you
a
wanted,
bit,
I
that's
think,
okay.
I think what you were wanting to ask was maybe when do we predict the highest capacity coming forward? Like maybe May 17th or 16th or something like that?
Well, I was thinking.
During the day, we get 2.4 million crawlers, okay?
Okay.
Actual property owners, I probably shouldn't say, but your timeframes are 9 to 11 and 1 to 3.
Okay.
And then most of the crawlers start, from an India perspective, about 3:30 in the morning. Yeah. And then the French, and then it just kind of follows from there.
Netherlands.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Netherlands care about us so much, but they do.
They're very, yeah, they're very.
Well, and then, so for a public perspective and us aiding taxpayers that do want to use the website and maybe not get on there at a time that is going to cause them some frustration, could you provide some times that would be helpful?
I think 6 to 8, 8 to 10. After 10 o'clock, most websites do some kind of maintenance, so they may feel some frustration, but I would say generally 5 to midnight would be.
5 p.m. to.
5 p.m., yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
You said the website before was okay security-wise. Is that pretty much true?
No, I did not say that.
Okay, but I think you referred.
Did I say that?
No, what I'm understanding was that the website wasn't the problem, it was the back end, I think you said, was more vulnerable. That's where you found vulnerabilities. So, okay.
I mean.
Is it okay if I finish my questions?
I'm
before?
sorry, Wendy, I didn't realize
Thank
you
you.
were. Still.
I only had one more.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
wrote them
And I
down so I could be
apologize, I
succinct.
apologize.
So then, as a good board member, I tried to use myself as a litmus test when I heard that there were issues. And so I did go on, because I did have a personal login for myself in the past. I did set up my account, and I guess I'm that good because I was able to set it up the first time, the week after the blue value notices did go out. And when I found out, when Mr. Law sent out the email notification of the online negotiation tool being available, that exact same day, and normally I also would not protest my value because similar to you, you know, I don't, however, being a board member, I wanted to see if the system would work so I could answer questions to taxpayers and say, yes, it worked, or I saw this because I tested it myself. And I did get on it. I didn't have an error. I used it. It worked. I only did it to test the system, but it worked on the exact first day that it came out after I got the email notice from Mr. Loss. So that was just a litmus test from one board member on here. So just that was my final comment on that. So I'll yield the floor.
I'll apologize again for stepping on you. I didn't mean to do that. I'm trying to think of a way to word this. You said something before, and I didn't mean to, and you won't let me dig too deep to expose, what your strategy for protecting the data is and all that. Would it have been possible to, you may not be able to answer this, but I'm going to ask it. And I'm telling you that so in case. Could you have left the website in place with some protections or whatever, and done this without revamping and redesigning a whole new website?
No.
Okay, that's all I needed. Mr. Pompey, you had some
I
questions?
think you had some over on that side. When Wendy raised her hand, I thought I saw somebody else raise their hand.
I think they were just trying to help me be recognized.
Well, you are, Vincent's hiding you, so.
Against the wall.
I guess, Cal, just want to, I know this didn't go the way that you would have wanted it to. I know that. I know the caliber of employee you are and your staff. And so I guess to answer the question, would I have expected it to be perfectly? No. I do expect it to meet the letter of the law every single time. And I would expect that if we weren't going to be able to do that, you would let us know immediately that, hey, this functionality that is required by law is down, and this is a time frame for us to fix it. So, I do expect that at all times, and really won't accept any excuses for not doing that. We've never been anywhere close to that. I appreciate the extra functionality that you provide the taxpayers. And just, again, want to commend your staff for all the work that you guys have done to ensure the safety of the data, which is obviously of the most paramount, because, again, it would be a lot more inconvenient to everybody if we went down for a total of 60 days like Dallas did or other counties have done, or if we had to pay millions of dollars in ransomware to get our data back. So, thank you for everything, and, just, again, wish it would have been better, certainly. I know you do too, but I also understand that a big rollout like this, you're going to have hiccups. And so, again, thank you.
I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
If there are no other questions,
Run.
Run, Forrest, run. No, do you?
you can sit, or
I'm
you
done.
can leave. You can run if you'd like.
No.
But I do thank you for your input.
And I appreciate your comments about truthfulness, because I hold that near and dear to my heart, that I would never do that.
Well, I think there are a lot of people that do, and I appreciate it that you do it that way
I
as well.
appreciate you announce that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, I'm going to suggest that we take I'm getting a vote yes. We'll take a break here, and then we'll come back to finish this budget workshop. And it's 20 minutes. We'll give it 10 minutes, and we'll be back in session.
So,
We're
session
in
at what
recess.
time?
10 minutes. Forgot, we're going to do the reports of the taxpayer liaison officer, and then the report by the chief appraiser. So I'll call for Ms. Robertson, come up, please, and if you'd give us your report. Thank you.
Well, so far this year, we haven't had a lot of complaints. It's been more informational issues and that can be solved over the phone a lot of times. But we did have one exemption in March, and it was exactly what y'all discussed earlier, where they bought the house, then they got a huge bill for taxes, and the over 65 was never taken off.
Was that, I'm sorry to interrupt you, was that the $10,000 bill that they were given 30 days?
I think it was more than that, but off the top of my head, I don't really remember.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I worked with Donna Perlick with it, and I believe that they resolved it by a payment plan. So, but,
Was it the owner's fault, or was it the district's fault? I'm sorry.
it was the district's fault.
Yeah, you want to get me fill you in on that? I know of two incidences where this has happened. And what happened was the property owner bought a piece of property. The previous owner was an elderly person or couple that had an over 65 homestead exemption in place. When the new owner bought, we typically go in and we put what's called a stop date on the account to stop the elderly exemptions, the 65 and older exemptions, or a disabled exemption, or so on and so forth. What happened in these two cases was that the staff did not put the stop date in. And so it continued giving the younger property owner the over 65 exemption. And then the younger couple comes in and applies for their homestead exemption. And at this point in time, staff discovers that, oh my, we've allowed them to have an over 65 exemption, which in the law is referred to as an erroneously granted exemption. And this is one of those areas in the law that I've made comments, I think publicly in here, I wish they would change the law from shall to may. But the law currently says chief appraiser shall go back 3 years and take the exemption off, and that's what staff had done. And then we had actually two people that have come to this board and spoken to this board about this issue. The error that was made was that the stop date for the over 65 exemption was not entered into the computer system. It wasn't an error, the staff didn't make an error of back assessing. Actually, the staff was following the law of back assessment. I have actually tried to put in some new policies and new procedures, not a written policy or anything like that, to try to say if the appraisal districts, and I've even talked to some legislatures about this, that in the event that the appraisal district makes a mistake like this, it shouldn't be punitive to the taxpayer. We should be able to figure out a way to stop the exemption, set up the new property owners in their exemptions, and go forward. But I do know of two incidences where, quite frankly, the property owners, there was an error on the appraisal district's part, but at the same time, we're trying to figure out a way, how do we resolve the issue and yet still be within the law at the same time? And the law is more punitive in that situation. The other side of the coin is that when we send the appraisal notices to the property owners telling them of their value, one other requirement is we are to also tell them of the exemptions that they're entitled to. And all of the appraisal notices that we mailed to the property owner indicated an over 65 exemption, and the property owner, I wish they would have come and said, hey, I think there's a problem here. I'm getting an over 65 and I'm only 30 years old. And the property owner failed to do that. They didn't alert us to the fact that they were being given something that they technically weren't entitled to. So I'm not saying it's the property owner's fault. I'm saying that we made a mistake there, but I wish the property owner would have said, hey, I don't think I'm supposed to have this. And that would have solved some problems. But again, I don't know that there's enough time in the legislature to get some of these issues fixed. But we're trying our best to be more, training staff to make sure that when we do have an ownership change, that those stop dates are put in properly. so that this doesn't happen going forward.
So I concur with you 100% that if it's our error, even if even in this case where it was stated they didn't act on, but we still made an error, that in theory, or in principle, let's call it, they shouldn't be penalized multiple years. How far back are they having to pay?
2 years.
2
They
years.
were in their home 2 years before they got the.
I don't even know who these people are, but is there anything we can do to back that up to either none or 1 year as a board?
No, not as a board.
Those are
legislative law.
Those are legislative laws.
That's property tax code.
The tax code requires the chief appraiser to go back 5 years on an erroneously allowed exemption, and it doesn't give the chief appraiser discretion to make the decision. The only real benefit, if you will, that you get is that once an erroneously allowed exemption is been removed, the property owner gets 180 days till the next February 1st to go ahead and make the payment. But again, if you're talking about matters that are over $10,000 in tax bills, obviously,
That's a
a lot
challenge.
of property owners can't get that money together.
And so what's the definition, I'm sorry, of erroneous?
An erroneously allowed exemption, that's an exemption that was allowed that the person really did not qualify for whatever reason.
One of the most common erroneously allowed exemptions is whenever an elderly, maybe a dad owns a property, the dad passes away and the child winds up inheriting the property. The child moves into dad's house, but they don't change the ownership, they don't change the deed, they don't do probate, they don't do anything, and then that child lives in dad's house for a number of years. And I don't know, maybe refinancing or something like that, then it comes to light that, oh, dad died, or we get an obituary. We find out later on that dad passed away, and that's an erroneously allowed exemption. Again, not an error on the appraisal district's part. It really was basically the child was taking advantage of that particular situation. Now, I also want to point out too, on both of these issues, Donna Perlick and I reached out to Wendy, and we had a long conversation about what is it we could possibly do to help these people in this situation. And Wendy and I both sat down and we looked at the law, we looked at the circumstances of the situation, and from a legal standpoint, there wasn't really anything we could do other than her office providing the payment option plan to these folks.
Thank you.
It's regrettable, and I'm very sorry that it's happened, but again, I would like to get the law changed.
Yes, that would be great. The only other thing that I had is, I've been working with Ms. Hamby about new applications for ARB members. And I have a new judge this year that makes decisions on those. Melody
Can you tell him?
Wilkinson.
That's the local administrative law judge, Melanie Wilkerson.
And so I prepare the order, send it to Ms. Wilkinson, she signs it, we send it back, and put them to work. And right now, from January through April, the appointments have been 19. Now, that's new people, not people that were in their second term or third term. And then they had 16 resignations. And then in April, there were 3 appointments and 1 resignation. And most of the resignations are, I don't think they understood that they were prepared to give the time if they needed to for the ARB.
Understandable. Mr. Jordan, you had a comment?
I was just going to have a side note on the legislative changes that you mentioned. You might not have time. There's a possibility, strong possibility,
Yes.
it could go to special session. and-
Yes.
But whether it's special session or 2 years from now, we should formalize the concern. and
I would agree, and I think if we did nothing but change one word from shall to may, but putting may in, and I'm not the attorney, I'll look over there, but I think putting may in there would give the chief appraiser discretion, and then in those situations in which, if it is an error on our part, then I could establish may, use may, and not do the back assessment. But if it determined to be that, no, the property owner was just taking advantage of the situation, I could implement the may and say, no, you you.
That would be
need to-
wonderful. I grew up in banking, and what you just said was exactly what we did when there was issues like that.
Mhm.
And we didn't, we didn't make the person that didn't make the error put
Yes.
the penny, so.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right on that.
So will somebody on this organization formally pursue that legislation?
I mean, I was going to somewhat pursue it, but if the board directs me to pursue it, I can do it that way too.
One of the issues that we run into, Mr. Fuente, is because the appraisal district is funded by taxpayer dollars, our ability to lobby or push for political change in the legislature is extraordinarily limited.
Yeah.
What we are allowed to do is provide factual information, and so we could provide to our legislatures, here's a series of circumstances and how they impacted particular property owners, but we can't really go to the legislature and say, we think that the law, it should be a may as opposed to a shall.
Yeah.
We can provide information on it, and then it's up to
And
legislatures
maybe-
and other lobbying groups to tell them what they think the law really should be.
And maybe the process is through the comptroller and not directly to the legislature, but it is, there may be some,
Yeah,
the judge knows how to do that.
And I sit on the legislative committee of the Texas Association of Appraisal Districts, and typically on exemption-related matters or on appraisal cap matters, we take a neutral stance, because if we look at it this way, if the legislature wants to provide an exemption and sort of give away tax dollars, that's their prerogative, and appraisal districts don't weigh in on that. If the legislature wants to implement a 5% appraisal cap or a 1% appraisal cap, again, that's limiting taxation, so we don't weigh in on that. But we can definitely, we have the methods by handing something over to a state legislature and say, hey, you might want to consider this. Maybe it affected one of your constituents in a negative way, and they a lot of times will take up things like that.
Constituents certainly can bring that to the legislature.
Absolutely.
And,
And let
yeah.
them know that,
Yeah, we have,
you know, your laws are affecting me in this way, and so,
exactly.
you know, I'd recommend to taxpayers that are having issues like that to bring that to their legislators, because they're the ones that can fix it. We can't. All that we can do is follow the law.
Right. Any more questions? Okay, then I conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report.
Everybody left for the fun part.
Yeah, it was all my numbers I'm going to give out. I don't care about my numbers.
Budget, we spend the money.
My turn?
Yes, it's
All
your
right,
turn.
I will be fast. I want to give an update on appraisal notices, protests, and things of that nature. 2023 residential appraisal notices, we mailed out 603,000 appraisal notices on April 14th. The deadline to protest for those is going to be May the 30th of 2023. Staff has been working very hard with the taxpayers up front. I'm sure when you first came in, you saw a lot of taxpayers up front doing that. Another 20,000 notices were mailed on May the 5th. So for residential, we're up to 623,000 appraisal notices. Commercial appraisal notices, we mailed on April 14th, along with the residential, only 1,463 appraisal notices. Now, the good thing about this is most of these were downtown Fort Worth appraisal notices. But on April the 28th, we mailed 39,000 appraisal notices for commercial properties. The deadline to protest all of those are going to be May the 30th of 2023. Again, staff will work informally with tax agents. The vast majority of our commercial accounts are represented by a property tax agent, but they'll work to resolve those where we can. And then on May the 5th, another 2,000 notices. So 39, 41, 42, 42,500, and we have about 45,000 taxable commercial accounts that will go out. So there's still some that need to go out. 2023 business, and again, that kind of goes back to your point about why there might not be a value. If there's a zero value or a pending, it's probably because they haven't had an appraisal notice pushed out yet. 2023 business personal property appraisal notices, 15,000 of them went out on May the 5th. The deadline for those will be around June the 5th. The law says that the deadline is either May 15th or 30 days after the appraisal notice is put into the mail. So since they were mailed on May 5th, they'll have roughly 30 days or June the 5th to protest on those. Business personal property goes out at different times due to the rendition requirements. Those of you that have businesses and you have to file a business personal property rendition form, they're not due until April the 15th. And the law says that we cannot send an appraisal until after the rendition deadline is, so we can get that information. But the owners have the ability to file up to, they can file up to 2 extensions for business personal property rendition, so it pushes them back. So that's why the late notification on business personal property. With regards to protest update, I gave you some of these earlier, but I'm going to restate them. As of yesterday, actually as of this morning, we had 56,539 protests that have been filed. 6,309 of those protests have already been closed and resolved. Now, there are still more in the channels that are working on being settled, so actually there's a lot more than 6,300 protests that have been settled and resolved. Of those 56,000 protests, 14,436 of them were filed online through our online protest process. 20,009 protests were filed by tax agents by sending us an Excel spreadsheet, an Excel document. They chose that format and they sent that in. That leaves about 22,055 protests that were filed by some other means of, rather than online or through some type of Excel programs. Most likely, they turned the appraisal notice over and they filled out the form and they sent it in through a paper protest. To give you some comparison and context, last year we had a total of 197,118 total protests that were filed. We're at 56 right now. I expect that number to go up. And 124,000 of those protests were filed online. Again, a majority of those protests were filed by tax agents. In fact, of the 197,000 protests filed, 157,000 were filed by tax agents, and then right at 40,000 protests were filed by property owners. Now, keeping in mind, a tax agent protest is still a property owner protest. A property owner has hired a tax agent to do their work. So they're all property owner protests, but it's just who actually did the filing. 40,000 by individuals, 157,000 by licensed tax agents. The majority of the agent protests are going to come in around May the 30th. Most of them wait until the protest deadline to file their protest. As far as the valuation process, the online valuation process, as of this morning, we had 6,189 property owners that have used the negotiation tool that's on the website, and that's only since May the 2nd. That's when it became available. 2,600 of those property owners have resolved, 2,600 of those accounts have been resolved with either TAD accepting the owner's opinion of value or the owner accepting TAD's counteroffer. So the way that works, you go on there, if you haven't done it, you click on it, and the first thing it tells you, here's what your appraised value is, here's what the sales comps indicate the value should be, here's what the equity comps indicate the value should be. What say you? What's your opinion of value? A property owner can enter a number in there and hit the offer, make offer button, and it comes back. When it comes back, it's either going to accept the property owner's opinion of value, or it's going to give a counteroffer. If you go put $1 in there, it's not going to accept $1. You're going to get most likely a counteroffer of some sort. The property owner then has the option to either accept the offer, or they can go ahead and reject the offer, and then they'll be given the option, do you want to file a protest or you just want to leave the system? Now, the offer that we have out there will stand until the protest deadline. So they have the ability to come back in and accept that offer. So these numbers I'm going to give you all relate to that.
Yes, quick question.
Yeah.
The offer we make, is that a computer making it or a human being?
It's a computer. It's a computer algorithm type process to where we look at the ranges of value. That's one thing I've said all along is value is not to disparage engineers, but engineers like to go out to 2 and 3 and 4 decimal places. Appraisers go to decimal place the other direction. Values are range. What something is worth is just that. It's very subjective. What you may think this cup of coffee is worth and what I think it's worth, 2 totally different things. So there's a range, and our system looks at ranges and said, here's the high and here's the low. So it is computer generated in that sense. Now, I will say and I'll get to that here in just a second, that we do have staff appraisers that are looking at individual circumstances and coming back and saying, you know what, we'll make you an offer on that. For example, let's say we have the online negotiation tool, and you come in and say, well, my house is only worth $200,000, and it's rejected. But maybe if you had said $205,000 or something like that, it might have been acceptable. And so staff will sometimes go back and look and say, hey, if you would, would you accept this? And they may come and say, yeah, I would accept that. And so we'll resolve a lot of these protests that weren't accepted or rejected, because we'll have staff go back and look to see what were they really thinking it's worth, and how close were the ranges were we? And then a human will intervene in those situations. So 6,100 negotiations have been entered. 2,600 of them have been resolved. 2,000 of them are currently, 2,074 are currently in what we call a pending status. Owners have until May 30th to either accept or reject that offer. And basically, pending means that they came in, they made an offer, we didn't necessarily accept their offer and made them a counter, and then again, they have the ability to maybe talk it over, think about it, go collect more information, so on and so forth. At this time, we've had 1,366 property owners reject our offer or reject the process. Now, they still have the right to file a protest, even if they reject it. But they also still have the right to come back and accept. The acceptance still sits out there and waits on them until the protest deadline. So if they change their mind after they've rejected it, they can still come back in and get that offer. The mass agent protest process was mentioned earlier, and it's currently in testing, and its deployment should be imminent. And again, I don't think that's a major problem right now, because again, most of the tax agents out there, they're going to wait until closer to the protest deadline. We actually had one tax agent one time that filed all of his protests by paper form, wrapped them up in a box, and wrapped them in Christmas paper and brought them to us on the protest deadline. But more people are using the protest process, the online protest process. To talk about now what you kind of mentioned, Mr. Puente, residential settlement efforts in 2023. We've had over 4,100 visitors to the front counter since we sent out appraisal notices. 2,634 accounts have been settled through our online negotiation process, as I've mentioned. But the counter has made over 2,565 accounts that have been settled right at the front counter. So almost half of the people that have come in, we've reached some type of settlement agreement with them. We have since turned around and done some further evaluation, and we've offered 2,336 accounts. We've mailed them or emailed them a settlement offer to see whether or not they might accept it and resolve their protest and move forward. Again, owners file a protest without sometimes going to an informal process. They'll just file a protest. I have staff, I have a settlement team that looks at what did they think the property should be worth, and then we'll look at our ranges and say, well, that's within the acceptable range. Let's see if they'll agree to settle. So we've made over 2,300 offers to settle. We're still waiting on that. We have resolved all the accounts. I think this is another important thing. We have resolved all the accounts with the largest tax consultant firm in the United States, Ryan LLC. They're done as far as the residential protest goes. We've settled off on all of those. We also have settled all the accounts on 18 of the other large tax agent firms that work residential accounts. So our staff is working, now when I said earlier that there's only 6,900 resolved protests out of the 56,000, a lot of those have not been processed and have not been completed. So the 6,900 or so is actually a little on the low side. But we've settled, so about 18 or 19 tax agents, large tax agents, we're done. We're finished with them. They've settled. We have sent settlement joint motions on over 16,900 accounts to tax agents. And that 16,900 accounts have been resolved with these tax agents. We're currently working on another 19,400 accounts that we've sent to them, but the agents haven't signed off and sent it back. They're either thinking about it, deciding yes, 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 no, 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 that type of thing, but we'll be working on those. The residential department has actually sent out over 80,000 offers to tax agents so far. looking to see if there's not. Now, I will tell you that some of those offers may be reductions, but some of those offers may not be reductions. It may be that our data indicates that our value is good. Not every single tax agent, though, has agreed to work on resolving all their accounts yet. We do have some out there that won't talk to us yet. They said that they're not ready to talk about resolutions, so we'll still be trying to work with them. That will conclude my report. I'll answer any questions that you might have. We're working very hard to get to certification. That's the goal.
Is everybody good? Does anybody have any questions?
I guess just because the legislature's in session, and I know you keep up with it, can you give us an update on where the two bills are, if there's been any progress, or if we're still kind of in the same position?
We're in the same, we're in a
year?
holding pattern right now where the House and the Senate are still kind of at odds with each other. Actually, Mr. Diet and I were talking that before the meeting. Both of us feel pretty certain we're going to have a special session because I think both sides are going to hold firm until they're forced to do something. Even some of the other legislation, we talked about constituents. There is a person in Tarrant County that's he's disabled actually, and Mr. Guerin has a bill that both of us would desperately like to get passed, but Mr. Guerin's bill hasn't even made it to a hearing yet. So I think there's some other issues too, that some of the bills that were affecting property taxes are even kind of being stalled a little bit, maybe because of this kind of jockeying back and forth between the House. You know, I don't know, it's kind of interesting gamesmanship to sit and watch what's currently going on. But a lot of the bills that we're tracking, some of them haven't had much movement at all on them.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to have a quick discussion. Our items 9 and 10 are respective to the executive session. Given the nature of the discussion that we've had and the time on the clock, are you all wanting to have that? You want to pass on it this time? I think we've had a healthy discussion about a lot of what would probably be needed in that meeting, so I don't think I can remove that myself, so I'd take a motion to remove items 9 and 10 from our agenda today.
So moved.
Motion made by Tony Pompa and seconded by Jungus Jordan. All in favor?
Would add, make sure that Mr. Puente has a copy of the letter.
Which I do not, so thank you.
What letter? The letter of report. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'll get that.
All in favor?
I
Okay.
abstain. Abstain for that vote.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that, Julie?
All right. So now we're going to talk about the budget workshop. I think Jeff Craig is armed and ready.
Yeah, if I had written out my script, I would have said good morning, but I guess I'll say good afternoon, right? No, I was going to say, you're going to give me the department directors available if there's specific questions about their individual budgets, but let me go through kind of some high-level things first to get us to the point of discussion. So there's three, I'm sorry.
I'm just curious why this, if in past it's been a separate call meeting, why is it just part of the agenda?
Trying to get ahead of the game a little bit. We're trying to move it up a little bit earlier. That kind of always put us back.
And this is for the 2024 budget.
This is for the 2024 budget. These dates will probably help you understand that a little bit
Okay.
too, because these are three major dates here. Today, obviously, is the date on there. This is the budget workshop. This is just a discussion only. There's no action to be taken at this meeting. But June 15th is a key date because that's the date that we have to distribute the budget to the tax entities that fund us. So we have to get this budget in their hands by June 15th. That's kind of the reason why it's always important to try to get this budget workshop as far ahead as we could. We'll have an opportunity, if we decide we need to today, to come back at our June board meeting, and if there's anything we need to discuss related to the budget. We did, I think last year, the year before, we had an item that you guys wanted us to come back and discuss in a little more detail at the next meeting, and so we always try to make sure we've got that meeting, but that meeting happens very shortly before that June 15th deadline, so we certainly never want to miss that. And then the September 15th is the other key date, and that is the date by which, before that date, the board needs to hold its public budget hearing and approve the budget for that next year, and then the budget will go into effect on the following January. So those are kind of those three key dates. And I apologize, too, that we're in this bigger room, and I know it's difficult to see everything on the screen, but the budget that we're bringing before you at this workshop is $29,730,118. So how we prepare the budget, just to kind of give you an idea of the steps we go through to get to this point, is that, and we did this in February of this year, we send out budget instructions to all the directors. We send out some known costs where we do know some specific costs or some set costs. We send that to all the directors so that all comes back to us from each department consistently. And then we give them, the descriptions of the cost centers so they understand if an item they're proposing needs to go in the budget, what portion of the budget, what cost center that it needs to go into. And then we also provide for the various departments their actual expenses from the previous year, from 2022 in this case, and then from 2021. So they've got their actual expenses, and then we also give them kind of a 5-year look back on where their expenses have been over 5 years. So they've got some of that actual information to deal with. And then we use a zero-based budgeting system where we don't just take the previous budget and add 2% to it or 4%. Each director has to submit to us all of the items they want in their budget each year. If there's new items, they give us explanation of why those new items are there. If there's an increase, explanation of that, so that we have that information to work with. And then eventually, all that information gets put into the budget that you have in front of you. So you've got two things from me in front of you. You've got the proposed budget document, the workshop version of it, and then you've got my notes. And so probably my notes would be the thing to look at for just a bit, because we'll talk about some things that are in there. There are 4 logos that appear in our budget, and for most of you guys, you've heard the discussions about these before. There's really 2 principal ones to me. But the Certificate of Excellence in Assessment Administration, which is a designation given by the International Association of Assessing Officers, we originally went through the effort to submit to that process in 2016. Takes about a year to do it. It's a very lengthy process. There's about 13 chapters involved in it, and then there's various questions that in each chapter that you have to answer and provide documentation of. I think, if I recall, there were about 880 attachments to our application, from policies to proof of certain things that we do that we had to explain to them that we did. We were given a mentor to help me in the process. Our mentor turned out to be a guy in Wyoming. I eventually found out who our grader was. You don't know until the very end who your grader is. It's all done in kind of blind grading. But it turned out to be a professor at the University of West Virginia that had graded our original application. And so we received that in 2016. Every 5 years, if you want to keep this certification, you've got to reapply for it. And so we reapplied, and we received our certification again in 2022. And I remember we brought that to you to show you the grading sheet on that, and we got a perfect score on it, which we were very proud of, and even some comments that were probably above and beyond what they would have had to have done. But just to give you an idea of where that places us, the International Association obviously represents assessment offices and appraisal districts like us across the United States, but also in Canada and also internationally. And in the U.S. and Canada, there are 57 other entities like us that have received this designation. There are 12 in Texas. Texas is one of the states that has more designees than other states, but that's 12 designations in Texas out of 253 appraisal districts. So I think you should be very proud of the staff here and the work they do, but I think that this certification also is significant in that this is a third party that's also recognizing the work that's done here. The other logo there is from the Government Finance Officers Association. You had the report from our auditor today, and he came back and told you it was good news, and it was a perfect report. He went into a little more detail with us yesterday about how much they appreciated the work Teresa had done on that. We were always quick to give her credit for that, and she deserves the lion's share of the credit for that. But one of the things he told me yesterday was that this was a case where they had to make zero journal entries. And, I don't know if that's significant to anyone, but a journal entry sometimes is just as simple as saying, you just need to report this in this column instead of this column. And he said that's pretty typical, but it's not typical that you ever have none. And Teresa achieved that this year. So I know you appreciate her as a financial member of our staff, and I do too. But I guess the key thing on there is that every year after our audit is completed, then we submit to the Government Finance Officers Association that audit, and they grade it, and they do an independent grading of that, and then they will award a certificate of achievement for financial reporting. And we have received, I just got a notification, in fact, in March of this year, that our 2021 audit had received the designation. So now our 2022 from this year will be submitted, and we've received this 34 consecutive years. And I think that's very significant too. I don't want, all my predecessors kept this going. I don't want to be the one that breaks the chain, the line of that. But it is, but I think but I hope that you feel like that is really significant for you as a board in your position of governance, to know that the folks that are here that are dealing with that are not embarrassing you, and doing the right thing.
Just want to make it, and I didn't say it when the auditor was here, he's gone, but my experience with auditors over my lifespan has been that if they can't find anything, they look harder.
Yeah. And I would expect that's probably what's going on here, because I think that their reputation is such also. But we're very proud of that, and our intention is to continue that. I think you should have that expectation of us, and our expectation is to continue that. So our overall total budget this year, just the nuts and bolts of it is that it's a 3.84% increase over the current year's budget. That would be the overall budget increase for the tax units. Theirs is actually 3.78%, and we can talk about why that's a little different from them. We offset some of the funding from them, and I'll show you that in the revenue side, but the calculation then becomes just slightly different for them in that percentage. Yes, sir.
Can you, do you know off the top of your head what the CPI has been this year?
I know, not off the top of my head, but it's on the screen here.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to it in just a second. So the breakdown of the budget, I'm on page 6 of the note document, if you wanted to turn to that to try to kind of walk along with me. And I'm trying to rush as fast as I can and not rush so much that we don't cover everything well. So the way the budget breaks out is that 76% of the cost of the budget is related to payroll costs, people and benefits, salary and benefit costs. The other 24% would be non-personnel costs or hard costs, and those would be things other than the personnel things. That's not atypical for appraisal districts. So in your notes page on, I think it's on page 7 of the notes, I've taken a page out of the budget that's sort of a summary page of the entire budget, and I've given it to you in your notes, and I've added 2 columns to the side of it. I've added a column that has the percent of increase for those different cost centers and the dollar of increase for those cost centers, okay? And then on the next page, on page 8, and this is arbitrary, I guess, in a sense, but we typically take those items that have increased or decreased by $25,000, and then in my notes, I generally expand on that a little bit, because I think, in some cases, those need some explanation. But I do want to point out that $25,000 against the entire budget is 0.8% of the budget. So it's not significant as far as an adjustment to the overall budget, for the overall budget to be a 1% adjustment would have to be a $297,000 change. So it takes $297,000 to make 1% difference in this particular proposed budget, if that makes sense to you. So anyway, those items are there. To get to your answer to your question, Mr. Diot, one more screen up here. Staffing, in the proposed budget, the proposal is to add 2 additional positions. One position is an appraisal position in the commercial appraisal department. The other is a support position in the ARB support department, which actually is going to affect the administration budget because that's where we budget those, and we'll look at those a little bit closer in just a second. CPI, this was the question you had. So the CPI, and the CPI is kind of the index that the Fed looks at when they're looking at inflation. And the CPI with all items except for food and energy was just a little more than 5% in the most recent. This is information from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. And you can see where energy has actually dropped. I saw a report this morning before I came to work that, energy has dropped. Actually, food costs have dropped in the last couple of months, but, dropped from what? From their high, right? So that's the way to look at it. I put several other graphs in here in your in the notes, starting on page 11. So the 5.6 CPI, if you looked at it just on inflation rates, that would be about a 5% inflation rate for 2023 projected right now. The annual average inflation rate is a little higher than that, 5.8%. And the core inflation rates, these are all from the same source, about 5.6%. So everything's pointing to around that 5% number, somewhere in that range. A couple other charts that you've got in there kind of give you just a different look at those things. Monthly inflation rates versus annual inflation rates. And then the last chart, as far as the charts go, one more chart after that. The 12-month inflation of all items versus core inflation. Core inflation is the red line on that. The blue line is all items. And so core takes out energy and food costs out of there. But all running in that same 5% range. And then the last chart was a chart of just 12-month monthly inflation rate from 2020 through 2023. And again, just recognizing, it's clear that from that high that we were looking at last year at about this time, we were looking at probably a peak last year, hopefully, that it has come down pretty significantly this year, at this time this year. The last couple charts that I put in your notes were just gas adjusting for inflation, the gas calculator, gas costs. And so the first chart was looking at 2019, which was pre-pandemic, to 2023, and the percentage of increase for fuel is about 30%. The second chart I just put in post-pandemic, if 2021, if we can call that post-pandemic, 2021 to 2023, about 15%, 14.5%. The only reason that's really significant is that one of the things that we do budget is for our appraisers that are out in the field. We don't have a fleet of vehicles. There are some smaller appraisal districts, Lubbock being kind of the larger of those smaller ones, that provide a fleet of vehicles. There's a cost to doing that, but most others provide a salary supplement to compensate folks for using their own vehicle, and we do that too. And last year, that was one of the things we did talk about at this time in the budget workshop, that our numbers were lagging behind some of our competitive neighboring appraisal districts, and you guys allowed us to adjust that a little bit. We went from, on the highest number, we were paying $8,500 a year, and we've gone to $10,000 a year on that. And we've just kept those numbers flat this year. We didn't increase those again. We didn't propose increasing those in the budget. It appears that we're still pretty well in line right now for that. But anyway, that is something that obviously our folks have been facing. I just put on the screen that you can't really see much from that Wednesday there was a headline that the April numbers came out and inflation was still staying high, but it was maybe there was some moderation going on. So I think if we were trying to project something, and I'm not an economist, but I think if we were trying to project something, we would probably say that inflation has not ended. We're probably going to have it carrying over into next year, but hopefully not at those peak high numbers that we dealt with last year. So again, when we look at our split between the 76% for personnel costs and the non-personnel costs, we'll look a little bit at the personnel costs here. So I think, and I may have used a chart like this last year in the presentation, but I do some work with the Texas Association of Appraisal Districts and their Chief Appraiser Institute, so I'll go down there for a day and I'll talk about budgeting and I'll talk about actually ARB operations. I've talked about human resources in the past. But when I do get to go down there and talk to that group, this is the group of folks that are getting their designations to become chief appraisers. And so we look at, the large to the small, the large appraisal districts, the small appraisal districts. And when we're talking about their budgets, and when I look at their budgets, it's very typical that the salary and benefits, no matter what size the appraisal district, run about 70 to 80% of their budget. So we're just an entity that is just heavily invested in people. That's our resource. That's our main resource. So that's the big part of our budget. So consequently, any kind of changes that we make, if we have to make a big change in the budget, it's going to hit people, because to make any impact, it's going to have to hit that 76% of the budget, right? And the budget that we're bringing to you now, this year, we're at, what does that say, 76%? Is that about right, 76%? Is personnel cost in our budget in this estimate. Another thing that I do point out to folks, and I think this is, if anyone's thinking, well, why are personnel costs, that big expense? This is just an example of our entry-level appraiser position. Entry-level person, we start them out at 56, including their auto supplement. For a service or clerical support person, our starting salary is about $34,000, a little more than $34,000. Those are both up from what they were going into the budget last year. You let us make some adjustments that were needed last year. From our salary survey, we understood that we were low in entry level in both of those areas competitively. And so we did that. I always put that chart that you will not be able to read below there. That is really, it's the federal poverty level chart that talks, that shows us how close that is. A beginning support person is dangerously close to, for a lot of purposes, that poverty level. And so I think we always have to keep that in mind. It's unfortunate, but if we go out and survey that, that's just what the surveys tell us competitively. That's what we pay. Those are the areas we always try to look at when we're trying to recommend, making any adjustments, because I think those are really hard. And you'll see also on the next screen. So, if you ask someone what they make, they're generally going to come back. So one of these people will say, well, I'm making about $56,000 a year. I'm making about $34,000 a year. But to the budget, what they're making is, once we add in all of these other things that we have to also compensate for, retirement, insurance, and all those other things, once those are in there, really what they're making in the budget, what they hit the budget with is, more like what, 70, I need to look at my chart here. I didn't realize I'd be so far away from the screen. 76, or $76,000 or $52,000. And one of the things that is the truth is that, some of these other additional costs are based on a percentage. They're based on a percentage of, salary. But there are some set costs, like insurance, cost us the same for the highest paid person and the lowest paid person. So for those that are in the lower end of the pay range, those benefits make up a big part of the overall cost of having that individual in there. Anyway, I think that's just always an important thing for us to remember, the kind of the reality of it. That's what we're budgeting for, all the salaries and benefits. Yes, sir.
Quick question, on the health insurance, do the employees contribute to their health insurance, or do we?
It depends on which one they choose. We've got a kind of a 3-option insurance. One is the first option, the base plan, we cover the employee completely. We don't cover any spouses. But they can buy up to a little richer plan. They pay the difference in the buy-up. And then we offer a high deductible health savings plan, which really saves us money. But it's obviously, it's got a higher deductible. But then we do contribute some seed money to a health savings account for them and hope that they'll add more money to that. But those are the 3 options that we have right now.
What percentage of the employees take the health insurance?
The overall, any plan?
Yeah.
It's 100%. It's rare, it's very rare that someone doesn't. We've had an employee that might have been on TRICARE on their. And their spouse has, I don't know that we have any circumstances where someone is on their spouse's insurance.
We've got one or two military people that they're taking the veterans' military insurance instead of ours.
Yeah. So another thing, I know I didn't put this in last year's version, but as we're talking about staff in the various departments, appraiser, we talk about appraisers and we talk about certified appraisers. What are we out there in the marketplace looking for? Well, our entry-level requirement, we're looking for college graduates. College graduates with hopefully experience maybe in real estate or finance or related field. So that's what we're competitively looking for. When we do bring these folks in, then a part of the certification process is there's a whole series of courses that they have to take and they have to pass an exam within a 3 to 5 year period. The shortest window of time to get certified is 3 years. The longest window of time is 5 years. They go through that process of doing that. There's a couple of long exams, a level 3 exam and a level 4 exam. Once they pass the level 4 exam, they receive the registered professional appraiser designation. And then once they're certified, ongoing, there's a requirement that they take 30 hours of continuing education each year, and that includes 2 hours of professional ethics each year, every 24 months. That includes 2 hours of professional ethics and 3.5 hours of USPAP, and then an approved state laws and rules course. So there's a certification process, there's an ongoing process. We've done some studies in the past. The Bear Appraisal District had done studies last year of what our investment is in these folks when we bring them in and we put them through this training. And we figured that somewhere between $25,000 and $30,000 is our investment in folks to get them certified. And so, we talked to you last year about kind of that phenomenon that we had going on of where the growing appraisal districts around us were getting to points where they were adding positions because of their growth. And instead of kind of home growing their own folks at the upper level, they were coming to the Dallas Appraisal District or the Tarrant Appraisal District, and they were poaching. They were poaching employees because, when you start to look at that investment in time and money for them, it's pretty easy for them just to offer a salary that was just out of our range, really. And so that was one of the things that we talked to you about last year. We did adjust some of our ranges. So far this year, we've done another salary survey this year, and we look much better. I don't see any reason to come back to you to say we need to make any kind of adjustments really in this year like we did last year. So I think what we did last year has put us in pretty good stead.
Have you had any significant turnover in that department?
No, we really haven't. Interestingly, we did have one from the residential department that left for a pretty high position at another surrounding neighboring appraisal district and was there for 2 months, 3 months, and then asked if there's a potential that he could come back here. And, it was all about culture. It was all about the culture of the appraisal district here. I think that's a pretty good statement too for you guys, that was why he came in. So, and he was one that we were glad to take back because it was one we hated to lose. So, but other than that, we haven't really been losing too many this year. We're trying to get staff back up. We're sitting at about 206 right now. And one of the other things is, as far as these certified appraisers, right now we have 206 on board. I was asking Janet this morning, do we have any new hires coming on next week? We think there's 2 or 3. I think there's 2 or 3 that are in the pipeline to come on, and there's some interviews going on next week. And I know we know of a position we're filling. So we're getting closer to getting staff back up, and then hopefully we'll be there towards the end of the year. But out of the 206 on board right now, 99 of them have their certification or are in the process of receiving their certification. I maintain my certification because I've got to have it to teach. So there are some like me that are not actually actively appraising anything, but I maintain my certification. But 99 folks here out of our, about half our staff, 48% of our staff really fall in this category. I don't think I'd ever talked to you guys about that before. So salaries organization-wide, how we budget for salaries, really kind of simple, but when you're looking at the budget and you're looking at the organization side of the budget, the starting point is the salary that folks are making right now. So I take the most recent salaries that we have right now, and that's what's plugged in there. So where there's an individual position, that's the salary of that individual. Jeff Law's salary that's in the budget, that's Jeff Law's salary right now. My salary, that's my salary in there. Where there are multiple positions within a department, we use the average salary of those that would be, like for senior appraisers, if there were 6 in there, we would use the average salary of the 6. If there were positions for 6 and there were only 5 on board, we'll use that average salary, and that puts us at least some money in there for that open position to do that. But we don't budget for any kind of promotional opportunities there. Very rare. Occasionally, if we know of a specific situation, we might make an equity change there, anticipating something. But generally, we do promotions and things out of the kind of the working part of the budget we have that kind of takes into consideration vacancies during the time and things like that. So that's the way that's in there. And then, what does the market say? And we've talked about this kind of before, but we do salary studies. Really the closest match we have are other appraisal districts. So that's really the primary place we have to look for comparisons in the marketplace. But we also look at the county. We look at the school districts in Tarrant County, cities, try to look at some private and others. For some of the things like support staff, you can find some comparables in other places. The appraisal staff we have, it's very difficult to find like jobs at other places. What's been kind of interesting in the last couple of years is that school districts have been a source for looking at kind of our entry-level appraisal staff because, Harris County really saw this a lot in theirs, that one of the opportunities for these folks is to go teach or become an entry-level appraiser. Well, what are the schools paying for entry-level staff now? I think if you look around the area, it's not uncommon that we're pushing $60,000. And if they've got a coaching, stipend, $62,000, $63,000. So that's kind of been an interesting area of comparison. But we really look for support staff, professional staff, and administrative staff. Those are really kind of the breakdowns we have in salaries. So proposed for 2024, we're proposing adding 2 full-time positions. And this is over here on page 9, if you're following the notes, if you want to see the more detailed notes on that. The one position is in the commercial appraisal department. They've asked for, they've done some, a little bit of restructuring of some of their positions, but they've proposed adding 1 additional person. So just calculating where that person would fall in the organizational structure with benefits and salary supplement, that's about $109,000 added to the budget. In the ARB support division, appraisal districts, appraisal review boards have no budget. The tax code requires appraisal districts to fund appraisal review boards. So we're required to fund them, but they're independent of us. So it's kind of a unique arrangement. But we're also allowed to provide them a clerical staff to help them with logistics and scheduling and things like that to support them. So we do have a support staff that we help the review board with. That staff actually resides in the administration budget, the individual line, so that's where you would find these folks. But they've asked to add 1 additional staff person. They think that'll help maybe offset some of the temporary support they bring in each summer during the heat of the hearing time. So we've added that 1 staff person in there, and the cost of that additional person is about $51,000. So those 2 positions are going to be about $160,000. Overall, in all of the staffing salary budget for the overall budget of the entire organization, we've put some attrition in there, so we're subtracting some dollars for attrition that we just suspect historically we're going to have, and so that's about $381,000. Is that what that says up there? 341. So 341,708 is what we have in there for attrition. So it's a net reduction overall from the salaries with the attrition, even with those 2 added positions. So it kind of comes out in the wash, actually a little bit to the positive side to the budget, I suppose. COLA merit equity, that's another thing. You'll see a line item in each department's salary structure for what we've called COLA merit equity since last year. A little bit of history on that. We had not given a COLA adjustment to anyone since 2010. I think it was the last year that I could see that we had given any cost of living adjustments. Boards from that time forward had preferred to just use a merit pool to give any kind of adjustments by merit based on their annual performance evaluations. And so that's what had been in our budget all the way up until the budget for the budget that we're in currently for 2023. Because of the unique situation of inflation and the other things that were pushing us last year, we put a combined cost of living, merit, and equity percentage in there. And what we put in the 2023 budget, if you remember, was 9%, for those of you that approved that budget. 9% combined COLA, merit, equity. What we ended up doing at the end of 22 coming into 2023 is we gave everybody a 4% cost of living adjustment across the board. And then we reserved 4% for a merit pool, and then based on the performance evaluations, directors awarded that 4% as they saw fit for individuals. And then we reserved 1% for some equity adjustments. And so we had kind of the unique situation because we had raised entry-level salaries for starting support service and starting appraisers. Literally, we could have hired someone in December at the old entry-level position and hired someone 31 days later at the new entry level, and we'd have these two people that were 30 days apart, and one of them making more than the other based on it. So we used that equity to make sure that we didn't have that gap, that anyone that we'd hired short of that, at least were equitable with the what we said the new starting salary should be. And there were a few other situations like that, but that's how the 9% was utilized that was in this year's budget. What I have proposed, or what we have proposed in the budget, in the 2024 proposed budget, is a 4% COLA merit equity. We left it described as COLA merit equity since we don't know exactly where we'll be with inflation towards the end of the year. Will that, require us to, or not require, but would it justify the cost of living and then maybe some merit on top of that? So that, adding that 4% increases the budget by, or that amounts to $627,335 of this $29 million budget. So if we put zero in there, if we didn't put the 4% in there as the placeholder, if we put zero in there, it would reduce the budget increase down to 1.3. Instead of the 3.8, it would be 1.3. I also looked, what if we, instead of 4%, if we use 3%, where would that put us? And that would reduce the overall increase in the budget to 3.2, and it would reduce this proposal by about $181,000. Go in the other direction, if you chose to do 5 instead of 4, it would increase the budget by $159,000. It would increase the overall, or the overall increase would go to 4.47%. So not a big hit there, but those are, that's one thing that we could discuss if we wanted to discuss where that number needs to be. It's hard to know. We looked at what anyone else might be doing right now. Well, no one really is in a position to tell you much because everybody's kind of where we're at. They're proposing their things. There is a survey that's being conducted by the the Texas Association of Appraisal Districts has kind of a mechanism where all the members can kind of survey each other, and they've been doing that, and so there were some responses from that, and I think I put in here where the responses were kind of coming to. I think it was a range. It was kind of around that 5% range. I know the highest was about 7%, the lowest was about 3%, but the majority around 5%. And I have that's probably in my notes. Yep, it's on page 15. Actually, I was a little low on the high. At the time that I could see this, I could only see 14 responses so far, but those responses ranged from a low of 3% to a high of 8.7. The 8.7, I don't think had done much last year, so I think that they were trying to accomplish a little bit of what had been done before.
Was that Dallas? Was that Dallas?
No, that wasn't Dallas. It was somewhere down around College Station. I can't remember
Sometimes it's
exactly.
hard to compare us to Dallas because Dallas has a different fiscal year than, I guess, every other appraisal district.
Then everybody else does, yeah. They're kind of halfway into a budget where we're, fully into a budget, and they'll be proposing their budget halfway in. The average is 5.8. 5.8% was the average of those that were surveyed. It's kind of a small sample group to me right now, but it does sort of point back to somewhere in that CPI range. So again, that's why we selected the 4% that we did. Service incentive, we'll briefly touch on that. That is the only other place in the personnel side where there is some funding besides the merit line item. And this is a longevity-based incentive. And so when we included that about, 5 years ago now, maybe it was 4 or 5 years ago, I think it was when we did that, we never had this. We did learn in surveys that a lot of cities in Tarrant County have something like this. A lot of other entities have service incentives by one name or another. We looked at what all of those do. We kind of took a middle-of-the-road approach to where all they were. And so what we do is that for employees that are employed here for the full year, January 1 through the full year, we pay $7.50 for each month of service of that individual, up to a cap of $2,500. And they've also got to be in good standing at the time we pay that out. We typically try to pay that out maybe around the 1st of December, end of November, 1st of December, around that part of the year. The way that works is just as a sample of what that would be. For a 5-year employee, it's $450. A 15-year employee, $1,350. A 25-year employee, $2,250. I think once you get to around 27 years, you're at that cap of $2,500. But that's the only other benefit that we have in there on the personnel side. Organization-wide benefits. We didn't do a new benefits survey this year. We had done a full one last year, but, we find, the traditional benefits. We did that of cities and schools and all these jurisdictions that we deal with and that we are connected with in Tarrant County. We learned at that time, although there's some benefits we don't offer that some of the others do, we had a pretty competitive benefit plan. We don't see any reason really to change that for the current employees. So we're not recommending anything different there. There was one thing though that was at our budget workshop last year. As we were trying to leave, I think it kind of got at the very end, kind of died for lack of a second, and I want to talk about that here in a minute. Retirement. We participate in the Texas County and District Retirement System. That's a fixed monthly benefit system, pension plan. We do not participate in Social Security. Any employees who have enough time in Social Security may find that there's a windfall deduction for that. They won't get their entire Social Security because we don't participate in it. We do offer the opportunity for employees to participate in a 457B plan, which is the government version of a 401K. The organization does not contribute to that. It's purely voluntary on the part of the employee. We do try to encourage employees to do that so that they can at least add another leg on their stool of retirement needs, because we really just have the one leg there. These were some charts just from the Texas County District Retirement, just to give you an idea. This is kind of what to expect as far as replacement. That first number, the small block on the one end, is a person hired at age 55, retiring at age 65, and they would expect to receive about 33%. I think that is, or 23%? 23, yeah, 23% of their salary. The far end would be someone hired at age 35, retiring at 65, and that would be about 90%. You always have to pair this chart with this next chart, which is the chart of what inflation does, because this is a fixed monthly plan. That monthly payment will stay the same for the rest of the time, other than an occasional cost of living adjustment. But I know this chart that was from last year, I know this is based on a 3% inflation rate. And so we know it's going to be off a little bit with the inflation rates as they've been. But it's just, I think it's something that folks have to take into consideration, that, you know, that retirement replacement looks really good, but it, over time, it's going to be eaten into by inflation.
Is there a line item for pension payout?
I'm sorry?
Is there a line item for pension payout?
There's a line item for pension pay-in, what we pay into the pension each year. It's based on a contribution rate that is set for us.
Which line item is that?
It's in each department. Are you on which budget page are you on?
There's so many, I don't know.
Yeah, let me.
Three?
Employee benefits retirement.
Okay, right there.
So I'm just about to explain that to you on this chart. So the vesting for employees to retire, you're vested after 8 years. You get vested after 8 years, but you can retire at age 60 with 8 years of service, or you can retire into the age of 75, which will be the combination of your age and service, or you can retire at any age with 30 years of service. The contribution rates, the employee contributes 7%, and then the employer, TAD, contributes 250% match of that. But it's not, it doesn't actually turn out to be 250% of the 7%, because we also get the benefit of the gains of the plan. And so right now, based on the funding, our required rate would be 10.84%. We have chosen an elected rate of 14%, so that we can continue paying down on the unfunded liability over time, and so that we've got consistency in budgeting. So right now, we're at the highest funding ratio we've ever been at, as far as I know, as far as in my history, at 98.6%. When Jeff and I first came in together, which was about 13 years ago, we learned a lot about the pension. We learned that previously they had been granting cost of living adjustments to retirees every year, which is great, except for it's kind of like putting that on your credit card, because we just took on that liability. Now, the Texas County District Retirement System is one of the strongest pension plans in the country, because it has certain rules that doesn't allow it to do things like let you skip some payments, let you not fund it entirely. Pensions that have been in the news, that have had issues like that, have generally had situations where they had the option to maybe not fund it entirely for certain years, or, you know, do some things like that, and that eventually caught up with them. This one's never had that option to do that. It also has some actuarial rates of when that liability is paid off based on these required rates. And so it's a safe one for us. It's a strong one. It's a good one for our employees. It's a good benefit once we get people to understand that you need to think about retirement. But anyway, it's been a really strong, good pension plan, and so that's where we sit right now. So we've got 14% as our funding in there for the retirement plan in the 2024 budget. And that basically, the board voted on that last year, that 14%, so that was action you had taken in 2022 to stay with that 14%. Group medical, I don't really have a lot to say on this, and that's a great thing, because typically I have to explain a lot on group medical, but we, for a long time, our history had been that we have gone out for bids every year for group medical. We've had bids come in. We've had to go through the process of trying to negotiate those bids and trying to negotiate with a provider. Your rate is based on your experience, and so when we've had years where we've had maybe some high claims experience, then where that gets made up is in the rate the next year. And so there have been times when our initial rate in the process coming in has been a 20%, 21% increase. Typically 18 to 20 was not unusual
for us to get from our medical providers as a renewal rate. And then we would have to work on trying to negotiate that, and the negotiations unfortunately mean that we have to agree to raise our deductible, we have to agree to raise our copay, or there's some cost in doing that to get that cost down, back down to a cost that we felt like was reasonable to have in the budget. A couple of years ago, we had been trying for a long time to find a way to get into a much larger plan, to get into a bigger group. Our problem was that the groups couldn't really match the offer, the plans we were offering, because we were offering an option. They want to kind of have a one-size-fits-all plan. But a couple of years ago, the Texas Association of Counties came back to us and they made a bid. They proposed a bid. And they had gotten to a point where they could offer multiple lines like we did, and they really wanted us. And so we were able to take advantage of that. The good thing about that was that they offer much more consistency in the renewal rates. Typical renewal rates 4.5% to 6%, whereas we were looking at 18 to 20 and having to negotiate that down. So that was very attractive to us. They basically, it's kind of like when we have DIR bids where the DIR goes out and does the heavy lifting on the RFP or whatever. Texas Association of Counties basically does that also. They go out and negotiate with the vendors, and they select the vendor that they're going to offer insurance through. Blue Cross Blue Shield is who we get our insurance through, Texas Association of Counties. We've already learned that they're going to be the provider next year. One of the other things we did several years ago was to try to get better offers, was to change our renewal time. We were always on a December 31 renewal, January 1 renewal. And that would put us at the bottom of the stack of actuarials when they were going through the potentials. And one of our consultants said, if you could move yourself to a different renewal time, that might help you get in front of all these other people. So we moved to March, and that put us kind of in the front of the line, and it did help us dramatically get more vendors trying to get our business and better bids. So that was great. So when we went over with Texas Association of Counties, they took us in with that March renewal, and they did it for 1 year, but they've come back to us. Last year they came back and said, look, you're the only March renewal we have. We can't offer that going forward. So they asked us if we would consider moving to a January 1 renewal, and the offer they gave us to do that was they would give us a short plan in 2023, so we had a 9-month plan in 2023. They prorated our deductibles accordingly, so everybody had a lower deductible, which was, a good carrot. And then they guaranteed us that our renewal in 2024 would be at the same rate we had in 2023. So we felt like that was a good deal, and we took that deal. And I've learned that maybe our dental rate is going to drop a little bit as well. So we've basically just budgeted where we are in 2023 going forward to 24. It's a good story for us. The provider's been great, good service from them, and so that's what that's what's in the budget for 2024, is to continue with the same arrangement we have with Texas Association of Counties, and hopefully continue this long term, because it does give us a lot more consistency and comfort in knowing where we're going to be from year to year. All right, this was a thing that I said that this kind of got left on the table last year. It was that enhanced retiree health benefit incentive. Just as a quick reminder, this was a plan that would offer something like, for employees that were vested and could retire, that were over age 60, but they weren't 65, that if they chose to retire earlier than 65, then we would pay their medical premium until they became 65 and could go on the other retiree benefit, the supplement, the Medicare supplement. And we had discussion items on the August 2021 board agenda, and we brought it back in November. Each time had good questions and questions you wanted us to go out and find more information about. We put it on as an action item in January of 2022. I think we're very close to probably passing that, but the decision was to look at it at budget time. We brought it back at the budget workshop last year, 2022, and I think my recollection was in January, one of the concerns that Mr. Papa had was the loss of institutional knowledge potentially by some of these folks leaving, and that was, I think, a kind of a hanging concern. And when we came back at the budget, I can't remember if you'd had to leave early or, weren't there, but I think everybody was wanting to make sure you were able to weigh in on that, and just kind of left it sitting. So there was no action on it, and I guess my one question is, are you interested in us bringing this back again sometime this year to look at it again? I think maybe another large appraisal district may have decided to do this since we last talked. Bayer had asked us for all our information because they were considering it. I don't know if they've done it or not. But it's one of those things where I either need to kind of put all the files away or keep the files out and update it and see where we are this year. So that's just what are your thoughts on that, since this was a discussion time?
On the surface, and being brand new, I can't, as a business person, the commercial people I hire, I can't compete with anything you've got up there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're not competing with the other counties.
Yeah.
But the business, in a small business environment, you're given so many benefits that far outweigh anything I can compete with. It's hard for me to match, to look at this.
You may be beating us on salary. That's usually.
No, I don't know. Maybe. Well, and the fact is, what I found, people are more concerned about what their number of salary is.
Yeah.
401K comes second, because not everyone even chooses to match in the 401K.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, it's a choice of that person, whether they want to retire at 60 or 65 or 72. That is their choice, and we don't have a responsibility, anyone, my company, I really encourage my people to get in the 401K. We match when we can. Sometimes we don't match at all because of the way our budget's running. But I encourage them, but ultimately it's their decision and it's not my responsibility. So it's not a responsibility of anyone to make sure someone has enough retirement money. Or they have enough health benefits.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you. Some of the things that we considered, that we looked at, was that it appeared that this would pay for itself, because usually these folks are in a position where they're making a certain salary, and if they were to retire, we would replace them with not someone at that salary, but at a lesser salary in an entry-level position probably. We would gain some funds there. But the other thing, and one of the things that some of the other counties that do it say it does for them, is it gives them some promotional opportunity for folks that would be having to sit there because there's someone that is sitting in that position, that as long as they're there won't be an opportunity to move into that position. So,
So I'd also comment that, the comment about that it would pay for itself reminds me of when a firm comes to my company and says, well, if you'll just advertise here and you sell one more copier, you'll pay for it. But if everyone says that, and I do it with everybody, it doesn't work. So, again, 250% matching, I know you said it doesn't actually work out that way. That's incredible. I mean, how many, I think I have 9 paid holidays, that's reasonable. But there's just a lot of benefits here that are unbelievable. And I'm not saying it doesn't take that to compete. But if we're not being, anyway, I think I've said enough. On the surface, it doesn't seem like something we need to do.
And that was part of my comment. Why are we doing it? What is the benefit to the appraisal district of doing something like that? And I do remember you talking about that. It would give a little bit more movement and encourage people that are making high salaries to move on. And we take that savings and there's promotion. And then that's why I had my question also is like, well, okay, are we going to lose people that are, what do you call it? The knowledge.
The institutional knowledge.
Institutional knowledge. And so that's a concern. And, like Mr. Puente, I'm probably, very much a free markets, kind of person. So are we losing people because of the benefits? No. Are we able to get the people that we want when we're offering a job? Yes. And so, again, that always brings me back to, do we really need to do anything because we're fine, right? If you told me, hey, we're losing people, or we can't hire people, or we're not retaining people because of the structure of our, salary and benefits package, then I would say, all right, let's get into it and let's figure out what the deal is. But, unless it's changed, what you told me last time was like, no, we're holding on to our people. When we make an offer, we usually get that person that we want to hire. They're not saying, oh, well, I'm gonna go next door because they're giving me $50 more or whatever. So, you know, I guess I'm still kind of in that place that, you know, if it didn't really change, if you think it's a huge benefit to move 10 people out, I think then make that statement like, hey, I need to move 10 people out that are making X amount of dollars because I need to create, you know, growth opportunities for some of these people here. These people are almost ready to retire, but we just need to encourage them to move on so that I can create opportunities for our current people because they may leave and things like that. Then I'm definitely open to that.
Yeah, and I think the last conversation I had with chief appraisers who do that, you know, the thought was it really helped them retain kind of that middle career employee, that's who they're really fearful of losing, and that they really hadn't had too many actually take advantage of it, but it was sort of I guess the insurance or the comfort of knowing they could. That was, you know, part of the psychology of it. So anyway, it was just left hanging last year.
Yeah.
When I was looking back at what we'd done last year, I thought, well, before I just, you know, put it in, you know, deep storage, I better see if there was an intention of trying to pursue it or needed more information on it.
Are we having a hard time retaining that middle employee, like you said?
Well, I think that when you look at folks we've lost, some of these, the ones we're losing, I'd probably put them in that category. You know, and like I say, that we haven't seen that much this year. We're just in May, but
I think table it would be my recommendation until it becomes an issue, or if you can see that it's going to become an issue, if you're hearing the conversation from your staff when you guys are doing reviews, feeling like, hey, I don't have opportunity for growth here. I may have to start looking somewhere else for those opportunities. Then that creates a real issue that we have to deal with. You know, until then, I'd say, you know, because one of the issues was we really couldn't guarantee the cost, right? How many people would take advantage of it versus how many people would retire and all that. And so I knew that there was a potential for savings, but really there was no control on how much it could cost a lot more than we thought it would cost. And so that risk reward just to me wasn't there because we weren't actually losing people in those positions to say, okay, we need to fix this.
yeah, and I think my recollection was when we widened it and tried to say, okay, we went to a younger age, but we didn't do 100%, we did, I think that's where we started getting into the unpredictability of it. I think when we're up in that top level, it's fairly predictable because we kind of knew who that group was for sure, but I think you're right, so. And I just really needed some guidance to say, what do I need to do with this, so.
You know, I haven't changed that.
You've told me what I need to know, so I'll continue. The non-personnel costs, that's, you know, obviously the 24%. And this is where we get into departments, and I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone here. You know, that one of the things that was added to the purchasing policy was that line that said that the board would review annually any billing agreements, letters of agreement, contracts in excess of $50,000 individually or in aggregate. And I think it went on to said some other language about that was kind of confusing. But what we had ended up doing, you know, the first year we brought every contract to you, and it was that big book of contracts, and you guys said, no, don't do that. And so what we did last year was we said, you said, well, let's come back and let's just do it at budget time. And so what we did last year was we looked at any of those contracts that would fall in this category, and I've just got those noted here, and I note when that contract was approved and when it expires. And when I looked at it, there are 10 that fall in that category, and all of them have been approved by the board already. So there's really not a question. It's not an issue where there wasn't one that had come before the board. So I've got them interspersed in here, and instead of having the department directors come up and talk about their departments as they have in the past, I'm going to shortcut that and kind of just run through this quickly, if that's okay with you guys. So the residential appraisal department, currently Eric Watkins is the interim director of that department. He's a 19-year employee at TAD. He's been in that interim position for a month. I think he was scared to death to have to come in here and talk about his department today, but so I'll save him that. No, I think he would do an admirable job, but I think he might be okay with me doing this. But basically, the residential staff, Residential staff, deal with all the residential properties in the county. They've got 47 employees in 3 different divisions: residential appraisal division, residential research division, data quality division. 40 of those folks are licensed by TDLR, so they're in that professional appraiser category. We were talking about numbers earlier. Their overall number in residential is at 636,000 number. 591,000 of those are improved. Others fall in the vacant and agriculture categories. There were some other statistics here from 2022. I'm really going to run through these. I'm just going to run through these, I think, but basically just kind of their workload between sales verification, building permit inspections, fire permit inspections, demolition verifications, things like that we just assume happen, that actually takes somebody to go out there and verify that that has happened. They dealt with 26,000 actual ARB hearings in 2022, anyway. Business personal property, they actually had no contracts that fell in this category in their department. The business personal property appraisal section, Brad Patrick is the director of that. He's a 21-year TAD employee. He's been director since 2014, and they're responsible for all of the business personal property, income-producing business personal property in the county, special vehicle inventory, aircraft, billboards, leasing companies, some utility accounts. They actually have probably the smallest dollar accounts in the district and the largest dollar accounts in the district. They deal with things like the American Airlines fleet and things like that. So some of the values run up into probably in the $1 billion range, don't they, Brian? Yeah. So big, broad range of those, kind of a different thing. He's got 27 staff members. They're divided in really 2 divisions, the appraisal division and the special properties division. And then he's got support staff of supervisor and 6. So, yeah, these were kind of his. I asked each one of these directors to give me some of the stats about your department. One of the big things that they deal with in the business personal property section, although it's not technically business personal property, are the minerals. And we said earlier, yeah, those are appraised by an outside consultant, and they are, but it also takes a full-time person on Brad's staff to maintain all the accounts, that 1 million accounts. So not all of that work is done by outside folks. We've got some of our folks that have to also deal with just the maintenance of those things.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
When have the mineral notices going out? Early June. Early June, we'll be sending out mineral notices, and we are expecting about a 40% increase in mineral values this year.
Yeah, that's over 1 million accounts, and it's $1.88 billion worth of value, which seems like a lot, but it's, for that many accounts, that's really not a lot of value based on the accounts.
I think the high was about $4.5 billion back in the heyday of the bond issue.
Back at the highest rate.
Then it went down to $0.5 billion.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things in this department too is that Brad deals with leasing companies. So, leasing company that leases equipment or leases, you were talking about copiers earlier. Copier company, you guys, I don't know if you lease copiers. So you've got copiers in probably how many jurisdictions in Tarrant County? Probably all of them, right?
I hope.
Yeah, so, but that would be 73 different jurisdictions. And so, the leasing number, the parent accounts, about 1,000, but when you put all of the child accounts, all the various accounts that he's got to basically account for those, you get up to about 15,000 accounts in that leasing department. So it's a very unique accounting process to account for all of that equipment and to then allow those tax units that have the right to tax that to be able to do that. So anyway, it's kind of one of those unusual things in his department. He does have one contract that falls in this category of over 50,000. It turns out to be the one on the mineral account, Pritchard and Abbott. The 2023 board-approved cost was $282,800. The 2020 should be the 2024 estimated cost is $285,000. We do know that's not an estimated cost. That's the last year of the contract. So we'll have to go out with an RFP this end of this year on this particular account. But anyway, it's approved through the end of 2024. It was approved as a multi-year agreement. The commercial department obviously take care of all the commercial properties, but that would be everything from the downtown office buildings down to, simple retail strips and things like that. They've got 51 staff members divided in two divisions, commercial division, or the commercial section, and then the complex property section. They've also got a commercial research section. The litigation section's kind of different. It actually resides in the commercial appraisal department, but the litigation section deals with litigation in residential and business personal property and commercial. But that's where they're actually situated, physically situated. And then support staff in that department. Their stats, their 2023 market value was a little over $130 billion. 26,000 basic commercial accounts, and then they've got accounts that are industrial, commercial utility, multifamily, vacant, exempt properties. Put the litigation statistics here, but the litigation you're going to see is actually budgeted in the general operations department as far as the main part of that. But they get about 1,500 to 1,600 lawsuits a year, and there's about 650 that are active at any time, so that's what they're dealing with on an ongoing basis. Their one contract that meets that threshold of 50,000 is with CoStar Realty and Information. That's where they get primarily all of their their sales information on commercial properties service. They've asked in this budget, in the 2024 budget, for 2 new users, 2 new seats, which would increase that amount. And currently in the 2023 budget, it's about $79,000. The estimated cost in the 2024 will put it at about $89,000. And that's been approved through the end of this year. The board approved it through the end of 12/31/2023. Information Services and the GIS Department, Geographic Information Systems Department, those are actually carried as 2 different departments in the budget, 2 different departments, but they both report up to Cal as the director. So I just combined them here. Cal's 2 years as the director and 2 years at TAD, as of today, so far, right? Yeah. And they obviously provide all the technical solutions and all the technical support for the department. He's got 22 staff members divided into 3 divisions, but that also includes staff members in the GIS department. His are divided into infrastructure services, application services, web services, business services, and then we've got the geographic information services, which is really primarily the mapping services. In the old days, we would have called them the mapping department, but everything is digital now. And he's given me statistics. I'm not going to go through these statistics. Just trust me, they do a lot of stuff involved in infrastructure and security and applications. The GIS department, again, they've got a lot of stats. Really, a lot of the work they do is kind of what Jeff was talking about earlier, where a big vacant tract is going to be subdivided into a big number of lots, and so they'll have to actually digitize those lots so they'll show up on all of the geographic information maps and things like that. So they work a lot of plats and things like that. But in that department also is where our aerial photography is budgeted. So between information services and GIS, there's really 3 contracts that meet that over the $50,000 threshold. One is our annual maintenance cost on the CAMA software. It's actually paid to Manatron, who was the original company that had eventually is now part of Momentum Technologies. The 2024 amount we know exactly is $310,586. That's actually that'll be the 10th year in the 10-year maintenance agreement. It has extensions for a number of years, but it's approved through the end of the 2024. Well, actually, it's approved through the end of this year, and we'll ask for approval again for the 2024. And then the EULAs, you guys just approved that today. That second item, that's the Marshall & Swift and Moore's data that is married with the CAMA software. And then the GIS item down below is the contract with Pictometry International. They're the ones that we get our ortho and our, what's the other, ortho and, I'm looking to Jeff Wall.
Sideways.
Yeah,
Sideways, what's the?
yeah, orthographic is straight down.
Yeah, the 3D is,
Sideways, that's.
wow, it's been a long day, hasn't it?
It'll come to me in a minute.
Yeah, actually, it's that 3D photography that we use. We have been Yeah, we have been the lead dog, I guess, in terms of that. We were the ones that issued the RFP originally each time this has come due. The approval is through the end of 2024, so basically it's approved for a 6-year cycle. They fly the 3D aerials every 2 years. They fly the up and down, the ortho, I guess, the straight down every year in that contract. We're going to get to hand off the responsibility for being the lead dog on that.
There you go.
This next time.
Yeah, the
Oblique, yes, thank you. We have a great partnership and deal with Tarrant County 911 on this contract because they need it for their emergency services. They need a little more geographic coverage than the county because they go outside of Tarrant County for some of their service areas. So because of that, they've been agreeing to pay 56% of the cost of that, and we pay 44%. What we have in our budget is the 44, well, we actually have the whole thing in our budget, but we have on the revenue side, we have their payment for their 56% that offsets, what we have to ask the entities for on that. So that's been a great deal for us. The plan is for us not to be the ones that go out and do the RFP going forward. We're going to hand that off. There's a group working on that right now. It looks like the county may be the one that'll take over that, but we'll just become a partner in that. We think it's going to probably be beneficial for us cost-wise as well. It's definitely beneficial to not be the one having to go through the RFP process on that because this one's very technical.
It's about to get complicated too because there are now more companies that can compete with pictometry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yep, yep.
There are more and more people that are doing these aerial photography
Yep.
Projects, so.
So I'll keep going. Support Services, Donna Perlix, director of that, 21 years at TAD. She's been director since 2013. They're the front line. They're the folks you see at the front counter. They're also the ones that deal with the exemptions and some of the data services and the new plats and account creation and things like that. So they do in the homestead inspection and things like that. I'm sorry. She's got 44 staff members that are divided in customer service, exemptions, records, and imaging. They have a lot of stats too. They deal with a lot of exemption applications, 56,000 exemption applications this past year, 8,000 denials. Bless you. Anyway, a lot of other things there. So this is where we had kind of plugged in also this customer service stats. We do survey customers and try to get some input from them. Our most recent SurveyMonkey results gave us a 4.1 star rating. 64% of the respondents, about 374 people, said that whatever they did took less time than they expected. 71% said that they fully understand what's going on. 73% gave us 5-star ratings on SurveyMonkey. We've got a Google rating of 3, average rating of 3. And then we have just surveys, blue cards. They're surveys that folks that actually come in here will fill out, and we've got a lot of them. And if you'd like to see those, I'd like you to see them. There's a bunch of good comments on there. So not everyone gets exactly what they want, but they're not necessarily angry about the service. And I think one of the common threads is that the fact that folks greet them and make them feel welcome is noticed. So, I'm sorry? It's current, I think, as to now, right, Ricardo?
Yes, sir, it's live. We do it on our website. If you do one right now, we can add it in.
Well, this is as current as yesterday, because I think that's when I got it from, was yesterday. But, yeah. ARB support, I won't spend much time on this, but we've already talked about the fact that we do provide support to the Appraisal Review Board. It's just clerical support and some logistical support, as the tax code provides for. We can't provide any training to the ARB, so all the training they have to support themselves. We do have a budget in that department for those things, but the staff is actually budgeted in the administration department, so there's no staffing in the ARB support. They don't really have a staff, but we do have to support that. And that staff includes a manager, coordinator, and support specialist. This was the other area where they've asked for one additional employee, so instead of 9, it would go to 10 as far as the support specialist in that department. Then the administration department obviously is where the chief appraiser resides. 14 years as chief appraiser, 14 at TAD, many more years as chief appraiser at Hood County. And then I'm the director over that department. It's between 12 and 13 years in that department for me. Prior to that, I was 16 years as the director of the business personal property section that Brad now is the director of. So I came out of the appraisal world into this, but I'm 40 years at TAD, so I know that's shocking to you. Just started when you were 15. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so, but within our department, we've got an executive assistant and a communication specialist that report directly to Jeff, and then we've got purchasing agent, finance officer, payroll education coordinator, and HR benefits administrator, and then those 12 ARB support folks that are in this department. $784,000 in our budget administration are actually those ARB support folks with their salary and benefits. General operations is the other department we have. It's got a small staff, but it's facility manager and custodians, and then we've got some office services staff. They actually all report up to me, but they're budgeted in the general operations department. I just put a couple things on here. We do have a retiree medical supplement. We do have a Medicare supplement we provide to qualifying retirees, and that's budgeted in this department for 2024. It's a little over $183,000. The truth in taxation postcards that we continue to have to mail out, that was really an unfunded mandate by the legislature a couple of years ago, are also funded in this department. And this year, I looked at that, that's going to be a $231,000 hit to the budget to provide those. We keep hoping that they'll maybe not require us to do the postcards much longer. But
I think there's a bill currently in the legislature to do away with this requirement. If we can find out, if it gets passed, there's a possibility that we could come back and take this out of the budget. And the legislature is supposed to end in June, so there's a possibility that could go away if we can find out quick enough if it's going to go away.
The only contract we have in the general operations budget that met that would be our security contract. We have an interlocal contract with the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department to provide our security, full-time security here. And so that, in the current budget, that's $119,730. I've estimated $129,350 in the 2024 budget, and we hope we can continue that. That's it's very, very costly to have your own security staff on staff, security force on staff. You've got to basically create a police department, and we looked into that, and that's cost prohibitive and liability prohibitive. And so this has been a great solution. We had provided that previously by contracting with off-duty officers, just sort of on a piecemeal basis. We had a rotation of folks. Folks here felt it was much more important to have someone that was consistently here, that knew who was coming each day, and if someone was a problem from day to day, that they would have the same eyes on them. And so it's been, I think, a benefit to have that single officer that's assigned to us from the Sheriff's Department. I've got some other litigation things in the notes. I don't think we need to go through that at this point, but there are 4 contracts in the General Operations Department. These are actually letters of agreement from those part with the attorneys that we use. Catherine Alder, PC, Nichols, Jackson, Dillard, Hager and Smith, LLP, Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins and Mott, and Lowe, Swinney, Evans and James. All of those contracts have been approved and are ongoing. Catherine is actually in the process of winding down eventually towards retirement, so we're modifying her agreement to recognize that she's kind of offloading some of the litigation work that she's done. So we'll modify the existing agreement, so we won't come back and have a new agreement on that. We'll stay within the framework of the original agreement, but that's something we're working on right now.
So $1,500,000 per year is budget for litigation.
For the, yes, if you look in the notes on, if you want to look at the litigation thing closer, on page,
7?
starting on well, in the notes on page 23.
What page did you say again?
On 23 in the notes. Well, yeah, in your book it should be 23. Legal and litigation. We actually have funds for legal and litigation in 4 different departments. We have the primary part of it in the general operations department, and that's $1,540,000. There's $130,000 in administrative budget, $35,000 in ARB support budget. They have a separate attorney that, they can't have the same attorney that the district has, but they have the authority to have legal counsel, and so they have a separate attorney. And then we have $20,000 in Donna's department, in the support services department, for exemption lawsuits and things like that. But $40,000 of that $1,540,000 is actually what pays for Matthew. That's line item for our general counsel for legal advice.
That's what's budgeted, that's not what we charge.
No.
I want to, kind of for the record, do you have a rough number of what you've billed us so far?
There was an open records request that was made from the start of when we first started representing the board.
Which is about January a year ago.
Yeah, up through, I think, March bills were the last one that went out, and it was just over $15,000. So I would say, I don't know what next year is gonna look like, but the 40 number is probably high. I can't imagine charging you all $40,000 in 2024 for the services I provide to this board, so.
As you can tell, we've been trying as hard as we can to spend your budget. But that's good, we very much appreciate it. I know the work that you've done, trying to be careful how I say this, I guess, but I appreciate the effort that you've made for us.
By the length of our meeting, we're paying them more.
Exactly.
I can tell you, well, I think that fairly well answers your question, but I've got the actual numbers here if you need them.
Back to your question.
Yes, very close.
1.5, yeah, we have different buckets for legal expenses. The largest bucket, though, is litigation expense. We get any.
And I guess my real question was, we're not putting them on retainer for 1.5. We just have 1.5 budget.
Yeah.
Right,
Got it.
right, and we get billed, we're billed monthly based on the actual work that occurs. So, like I said, the number of lawsuits, in 2022, the number of lawsuits filed was 1,506. And so.
What happens is, as a lawsuit comes in, they'll get parsed out to one of these 4 law firms. And as Jeff said, Ms. Alder is transitioning to retirement. And so more of the lawsuits are getting pushed to Nichols, Purdue, and Low Sweeney. And she's just we're actually not even sending her any new lawsuits. She's just wrapping up current lawsuits that she has that have been assigned to her previously, so.
Yeah.
It's just the legal cost, not the cost of arbitration or any income or loss of suit. I mean, we don't
No.
measure the success of the attorney.
Oh, yeah.
No, actually, an interesting thing, when you're talking about 1,500 lawsuits a year, most of the time what happens is a lawsuit will come in, it'll be sent to the attorney, the attorney will answer the lawsuit. Then staff, a lot of times, will negotiate, sit down with property owners, sit down with the other side's attorneys, and we may settle it, and then we send a notice of agreement, and the lawyers will write the final orders and get it to the court. So it's like the lawyers kind of just opening the case and closing the case. Staff here is pretty much handling all of the negotiations. Now, we will have some that will wind up going to mediation, which the attorneys will show up for mediation. We will have some that will go to a deposition stage or discovery stage, and then the lawyers will be billing us on that. But the vast, vast majority of our lawsuits are open and closed, open and closed.
So, yeah, I was going to say, over the last 6 years, one of the statistics in your notes is that the average expense per lawsuit was just under $1,000 per lawsuit. So if you take those letter agreements, the rate for most of those attorneys is around $200 an hour. That, for average of $1,000, that's less than 5 hours of
I
attorney
think we're getting a
time.
really good deal for $1,000 a lawsuit. And if we decided to go to court, we could be looking at $50,000 to $100,000 in legal expenses.
Jeff, before you continue, can you kind of give me a thumbnail? How much longer do you think you need?
Well, I could finish in 10 minutes if you want me to.
Okay. There's two issues.
Yeah.
I know Mr. Pompa's time is
You
short.
know,
I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing some people
what I would
falling
suggest
asleep,
at this
so-
point is if we go to my notes to page 21 and just walk through that and see if there's any particular questions on those. These were the items, these were the areas that were on that list of either up 25,000 or down 25,000. So like the first one at the top of page 21 was that category of computer, electronics, and technical things under $5,000. That was an increase of $38,000, but 36,000 of that, basically, well, 36,000 of that were laptop replacements, 40 laptop replacements in that budget. So that's really the driver of that one. So I don't know if there's any other particular questions about that particular one, but that was it. The area of office rental that showed to be a 96% increase in that cost center with $26,000 really relates to the space that we approved to sublease over here on Riverbend, on Gravel Road. So I just included the part from the minutes of what we know the annual rent rates are going to be for that, for the length of that lease. But that's it, but that's the increase on that one. And we offset, by doing that, we offset what we're releasing the other warehouse space that we're able to give up to gain that over here. Telephone reduction, let me just tell you this. I sent you, what I emailed all of you was that this draft of the workshop version of the budget. What you have here printed today is the same thing, no changes in it. But I have made 4 changes, I know of 4 changes that I need to make in this version of the budget. It comes out to a net increase of $308. But the auto roll that's in Brad's department, it's what he uses to discover vehicles that are taxable. What we thought the estimate was going to be, they've come back actually about $6,000 less than that. So instead of $18,000, it'd be about $12,000. So we pick up $6,000 there. There's some notary fees that didn't calculate correctly, so they're up $637 there. And then our risk insurance came back greater, and part of that was because of the other space we've taken in, so it makes sense. $2,071 up on that. And then what was not in the original estimate was we're going to have to separate out the ARB phone system to, I think, provide more efficiency over there. And that's going to be a $3,600 up. So with the minuses and the pluses, it nets out up $308. So I'm going to make those changes, but I just haven't done it yet. So I just wanted to, I told you there might be some changes we'd know of that we're kind of waiting on.
And hopefully we'll save $230,000 if the legislature will do away with that post.
Yeah, that would be great. Software fees, really the thing that drove that increased by $27,000, but about $25,000 of that increase really are things related to the administration department. GASB, the Government Accountability Standards Board, there's been some GASB changes that will make it very complicated to keep up with the way assets are going to be booked. And there were some changes last year. Teresa felt like she could deal with that without the software, and we didn't do it last year, but the changes that came in this year, it's just so complicated that we're gonna add the debt book GASB compliance software, and that was about $12,000. And then the Plan Source Benefit Administration software, we have a way for all of our employees to enroll in their insurance benefits each year online electronically. We have been able to do that through our insurance consultant, through their software license with PlanSource for the last several years. About 2 years ago, PlanSource sold to another company. They came in and changed their model when they figured out it's kind of like everybody using their family's Netflix account, and they stopped that. And so, but Frost, who's our insurance consultant, has eaten the cost of that for the last 2 years. Our agreement is going to end with them. I don't know if we'll go back with them. So I've just budgeted the Plan Source Benefit Administration software for us to pay for, and that was about $10,000 out there, or $13,000 in there. So that's really what's driving the software increase on the software fees. Travel, we had the unique, our staff attend primarily one of the large conferences. Some of our staff attend the Texas Association of Appraisal Districts Conference each year, the big annual conference. It's where they get a lot of their continuing education credits. That conference was held in Dallas in this year's budget. And then the other association, the Texas Association of Assessing Officers, and their conference was held in, or is going to be held in Grapevine. So we had two local conferences where we typically have an out-of-town conference or even two. And so for 2023, we had a benefit to drop that budget dramatically because we weren't going to have to pay for hotel, we weren't going to have to pay for, any kind of travel or per diem. This next year, those conferences moved to, I think the TAAD conference is in Houston and the TWO is maybe in Round Rock. And so we basically just had to add those travel expenses back that we had taken out for 2023. I wanted to point out that because you guys had made a comment or mentioned last year that you'd like for us to include some money for board of directors training and to allow the board to attend the conference. I think Mr. Papa went to the conference in Dallas this past year. And
Ms. Wildman went
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, and so they do have board of directors tracks within that conference in the education part of it, so there are things specifically designed for directors. I have included in the 2024 budget funding for all of you guys for the conference in Houston, and so that's in there. I also had put in some additional budget for just miscellaneous training. I put a couple $1,000s in there for just some miscellaneous training in 2024 that if you wanted to pursue something or have somebody come in. So that's in here also in that budget increase. And then we've just talked about legal and litigation. The estimates for cost are pretty much based on what we know the expense is going to be. The projection for the big number, the big litigation part of it, we did go up by $100,000 on that based on the estimation of the number of lawsuits, but it stayed pretty constant other than that. So I think it's a $105,000 increase in that budget. On page, really starts on page 26. This was not one of the items. This didn't go up. It actually is going to drop down. But I've always included the appraisal review board fees when it comes to the per diem fees that we pay. That is the big line item in the ARB budget. This is, for the ARB members who serve to hear hearings, we pay a per diem fee to them. The tax code requires us to pay a per diem. Right now, our per diem is $185 a day for regular members. The chairman gets an extra $25, and the chairman of the ARB, I think, is at $220 a day. But this is always one that's very, very difficult to budget for because, number one, we don't know how many hearings we're going to have. We don't know how many hearing days that's going to amount to. And so I've got a chart on the next page on 27, just a historical chart of, from 2017, the number of protests that were filed, but then the number of final orders. And the final orders really indicates how many actually went to a hearing. How many were not adjudicated in some other way. So in 2022, we actually had the lowest number of actual final orders, 21,809, and we had the lowest per diem payment in all this string of years of $406,000. Now, is that indicative of a trend that's going to continue, or are we going to spike up this year or in 2024? For 2023 in the budget, we have $725,000. I've just kept that same number for 2024, not knowing for sure. One of the unique things that happened was the legislature codified the ability to have single member hearings instead of having a panel of three, that we can have just one person if the taxpayer chooses to do that. Well, if you only have one person doing a hearing instead of three, you've automatically cut your per diem rate for that hearing. So how many of those will happen? hard to know. The ARB chairman has told me that she's going to require all the members to be there for quorum. For quorum, you only have to have a quorum, so you don't have to have all your members there to have a quorum meeting, but she's going to expect all our members to come. Well, that's going to increase the cost of quorums. So I'm trying to kind of balance that. But that's just a big dollar item in the budget every year. So I just wanted to point that out to you, that we've kept that the same as we have in the current budget. The other professional services really comes into two areas, and just quickly to discuss that. One falls in that area of cybersecurity, and it's an item for business continuity, disaster recovery, cloud services, and then a line item for testing services for continuity and business continuity and disaster recovery. Those two things together are about $255,000 out of the $274,000 increase. Also, there's a line item in the budget that has been in there for 2 years. It's in this current budget. It was in the budget before for communication, consulting services expenses. We put $50,000 in it the first year. We've had $50,000 in there this year. I know that what's in the current agreement, which I've laid out the things that are in the scope of work, that $50,000 won't pay for all those things. We're just prioritizing the things that we can do. So one of the things that the consultant has told us is that we're trying to get our message out. We're not going to be able to rely on free media to do that. We're going to have to pay to get our message in certain media. And so they've kind of given us some thoughts on what that would take to do that. Their thought is that we'd need to probably be prepared to spend $2,500 to $4,000 a month to get our message in some of the community impact newspapers and South Lake Style, and they've given us several examples of where we might try to go and what their ad rates would be. And so that would be $30,000 to $48,000 a year in addition to whatever we spend. The other thought they've given us is maybe you, at a point, you want to bring on a full-time person on staff to do that. I don't know, we take on some other things if we do that. What I did was I just put a placeholder in there of $150,000 for this item, but that's one of the things I think you guys need to consider. I know communication of our message is very important to you, and I just don't know where that needs to go.
Adding to that communication, I think one of the things we should consider, and we might be able to do this here internally, I know we've been doing it, continue on a regular basis with the video messages, and possibly even add the podcast to that, discussions about what's taking place in issues, property taxes or homestead, that type. So just as long as we get the education and the message out.
Yeah, actually, Ricardo's been working on some podcast scripts right now, so we've been thinking about that.
I'm getting ready to go, but I've asked Mr. Diod to maybe add that as an agenda item so we can really dig into it and discuss a strategy on communication.
Okay.
I'm a little bit leery of paying for, that kind of marketing, but I know that, you can't depend just on free media all the time.
Would you
I think
like our consultant to be prepared?
Yeah, I think that'd be a
to speak of
good,
that?
yeah, I think that'd be great.
Do it on this
Then,
meeting.
the other thing I was gonna tell Al is, obviously, how critical, the information part is to the public, and so, I think you have a good budget. I'd just challenge you, and I used to challenge the school district with that, is bring us what you really think needs to deliver the quality of product that the people want. You've heard from people, and we've heard a lot of that today. Let us say no, or let us send that to the other entities, taxing entities, and tell us, no, we don't want you to spend that much money on the budget for cybersecurity or for whatever. So don't undersell what you're trying to get because you're trying to be conservative about your budget. Give us what you really think needs to be done to have the kind of information system that not only we need, that we know we need, but what people expect. And then let us say no, put that pressure on us to say, no, we don't want to spend that money. I'd rather do it that way than hold you accountable for saying, well, if we'd have spent an extra $100,000, we could have done that. That's our responsibility, so, bring that to us. And with that, I got a meeting that I've already pushed off twice today, so I got to leave. So riveting information. I love the budget stuff, but I got to go.
I'll hand you this. I just said one thing, at the budget hearing, the actual budget hearing last year, I had brought you information on what we knew about 2023 of the 6 largest appraisal districts, of what their budgets were and what their percentages of increase were. And I've just taken that information just sort of as a going forward part, and I tried to compare it to levy and parcels and people and give some breakdowns. So I thought that might be good just to kind of leave you with. So I'll pass these out to you.
Are we through?
Otherwise, I'm done. Yeah.
Very good, okay. First of all, that's very thorough. I had a bunch of notes coming in here, and you've answered all my questions.
No,
So, very good. Cal, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, no,
All right.
no, sir. Tony summarized.
Okay, very good,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
The last item, agenda item is a discussion if there are any future agenda items. Tony, JR, I am sorry.
It's all good.
JR
I mean,
Martinez.
Mr. Thomas earlier, so it's all right.
Yeah,
Um,
I apologize.
Oh, no problem. Next meeting, I'd like to bring up what we had discussed a couple of meetings ago about staff having a real estate license. So I'd like to
Okay.
make that an action item.
Okay, do you feel like, now you and Jeff Craig were working on, I think Matthew Tepper, were you involved in that?
Yes.
And we've had progress on it, we're kind of ready to go?
We're ready.
Okay, very good.
And Matthew.
Yeah.
I think in the past, we've listed that under the conflict of interest instead of real estate license.
Yes,
because I think it
I didn't know what the
actually
correct wording
changed
was-
to,
was.
Appraiser license too, so it was a conflict of interest matter.
Okay, I've got down here discussion regarding, I put advertising, podcast, other options, whatever. Is there anything else anybody can
Do
think of?
you want to just bring the budget back, just to say, is there any reason to bring this back as a second discussion as far as the proposed budget? Because
I think we
after we
have
have
to
the June
vote.
meeting, we'll have to get that out by the 15th. so-
Yeah, so that
You don't have to
automatically-
vote on it, but it's just sort of,
Do we
You don't
not?
have to vote
you
in
don't take any
August.
action on it.
Okay, okay. As far as sending it forward to the taxing units?
Yeah,
That actually
you know,
doesn't
there might be a change on that communication item that we need to make in here, so would
Okay.
that be fair to just have it as a discussion at the end?
Yeah, and then if there's no discussion, you can just pass on it.
Yep.
But maybe have it there as an option to discuss if we need to.
Okay, anything else? Think we're good? All right, now, there may be some, we'll have, and we'll just play it by ear, but I'll put it on the agenda so we can discuss the letter of repair if needed. And other than that, I don't have anything else that I can think of. If you have anything that you want to add, let me know. I think you can call me and we can have that discussion. But I'll be your second. If you think something needs to be on the agenda, we'll put it on. With that, if there's no other,
The communication issue, one of the discussions was crisis management, and there's an offset, and I think the discussion should be along this. If you don't have a crisis, it's because you're doing the job. It's sort of like firefighters. Fire prevention is cheaper than putting out a fire. So there could be a trade-off there that if you can spend money to communicate, you can avoid a crisis. And that's an important issue for discussion.
Jungus, are you suggesting we have a discussion about that at the next meeting? Yeah, okay. All right. I'll just put that as a separate item then. Anything else? I've noticed some staff is, the next meeting is scheduled for June 9th. And here's hoping everything works smoothly until then. I want to thank Jeff Craig. You've done an outstanding job presenting those numbers. And for other staff in the room, that's, I noticed Cal didn't leave the room, but what he did do is position himself closest to the undoored exit point so he can make a rapid escape, I guess. Yeah, very good. With that, I will adjourn this meeting. If there's no objection, we're adjourned.